Good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, July 26th to order. Good evening, Council, and those in the audience. We're going to move right on into consent tonight, and does Council wish to pull any items? Okay, I haven't. Legal would like Council to pull item number 18. They did notice a couple of minor things they wanted to get cleaned up in the agreement, so that will come back to Council at a future council meeting. So entertain a motion to approve consent less item number 18.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Can you speak up, please?
Aye.
Some of us can't hear.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to eat the microphone, but I'm trying to get as close as I can. Thank you for asking.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay, moving on to public forum. This is the time we set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those listed on the agenda. And so I'm going to open a public forum and ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. Richard?
You're better than God, you're better than Jesus, you're better than Einstein, you're better than I am. It doesn't take much to be better than me. You know, it's like I have a petition that I've passed. I want some people in the audience, if they haven't signed it, to sign it. It says, "We, the undersigned, honor the rights, duties, and responsibilities of those who wear no clothes as a public expression of their rights, duties, and responsibilities." You know, I believe that people's rights, duties, and responsibilities should be honored. You know, I can't even be naked in my own apartment, and it's like I know I've talked about it before, and it's like I think that you should have places where people can be naked, like parks or the city hall. You know, I was a volunteer doorman, and I took off my clothes here. You know, and I mean, I have my T-shirt. And, you know, and I've given a lot of people that work at City Hall my T-shirts, and a lot of people have signed it that work here, or at least have. I don't even know whether they still do or not, because I can't even be here for a whole year, and I don't know. I can't spend my money that has "Please Let Us Be Naked" on it into Fairway, for example. They say they can't turn it around and give it to other people. You know, they took my money that day that I don't know, I was buying some groceries there, and I paid like $10 or something, and I put it on all my money. "Please Let Us Be Naked" in colors. You know, it's like, if you want one, I'll exchange $1 for it. And it's like, I've gone to the thing they have on the Sunday there, and I asked, I'll give you my money that says "Please Let Us Be Naked." You give me some of your money that doesn't, and I'll put it on your money.
Richard, could you bring your comments to a close, please? Thank you. Anybody else want to address council under public forum? All right, we will close public forum and move on to item number 22, discussion regarding FY 2023-2024 asset priorities. Deb?
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us. We're going to talk about the asset priorities for fiscal year 23-24. I know we just started fiscal year 23, but assets getting ready for the funding cycle for the following fiscal year. And tonight I have with me one of our newer volunteers, Mike Lazier. He was just appointed in April, and so he's going to be going through the cycle for the first time. And so I welcome him tonight. Our other volunteers, I'll just go ahead and name them by name. They're unable to join us tonight, but we have Jenny Schill, Ashley Thompson, Becky Harker, Ed Gillott, Scott Dreyer, and Scott's the other new individual who was appointed in April as well. So this is a great opportunity for Mike to kind of be in front of council and see this part of the process. So the asset funding priorities is an important tool for the volunteers to use when they go through the asset recommendations, set those recommendations in January. And so each of the funders in the asset process sets their own priorities. And City Council's already had a little bit of a discussion at your June 21st workshop about these priorities and kind of set the stage for some newer expectations going forward with these priorities. And so on the second page of the council action form, those are the priorities that we're going to focus on. Some of the changes that were implemented following workshop involve placing that overarching statement at the top that states an emphasis is placed on low to moderate income in all categories and services. So that was a statement that was specifically placed in priority number 2, meeting basic needs, but council felt it was important to have that as more of a guiding statement for all of the categories and services to be more inclusive of low to moderate income in all of those areas. And then at the workshop, it was also approved to remove the word quality from quality childcare because the expectation is all the services should be offered and provided in a quality manner. As you can see, that word is reinserted based on the volunteers. We met on July 11th and talked through these changes. And Mike works in the childcare arena, and so was it was very important to him pointing out why quality childcare is really more of a term that surrounds the importance of providing developmentally appropriate curriculum, assessment of the classroom and the teaching that goes on there in the classroom. And it's also a term that refers to the national standards and best practices that surround childcare. So it was important for the volunteers to see that be reinserted and recommending that being one of the changes. Another recommendation from the volunteers is clarifying shelter. And so including emergency shelter that also recognizes the length of stay in shelter. It's dependent upon the population group that is being served. So in Asset, we have a shelter that's provided by Access for domestic violence individuals. We have Rosedale Shelter through YSS that focuses on youth. Sometimes those youth are court ordered there. And so they have to stay there as long as that court order is in place. And then, of course, we've got the emergency shelter that is provided by the Bridge Home, which we have people staying there for up to 30 days under the asset funding. And then the other recommendation, the last recommendation by the asset volunteers is switching the medical and dental services and financial literacy and education programs. They really felt that medical and dental should rise just a little bit higher above the financial literacy and education programs. So it's reprioritizing those services. So those are the changes, and welcome to happy to address any questions or comments.
Questions?
I have a comment and, well, maybe a question too. I really appreciate the expertise of the asset volunteers to correct those kinds of misconceptions that council might have. So adding the definition or the clarification of sheltering and also reinstating quality with childcare. Obviously, we are not experts in those fields. So this is a great example of why it's important for us to have volunteers who know something about what they're doing. The question I have is whether or not there was any difficulty perceived by the volunteers with the changes that we made other than those elements. In other words, did our moving that emphasis on low and moderate income cause any consternation about how the priorities should be applied? In the past, we had some difficulties with that, and we worked to clarify, and I'm assuming that this wasn't problematic, but was there discussion about that?
Not that in the discussion, there were two discussions in my memory, and
Yep.
the discussion we had, there was no concern about that.
No, I think it was well understood and felt that it was important to look at that from an inclusive and equitable kind of lens. And understanding that there would be more to come with this as data becomes available and shared with council on outcomes and where more changes may happen with the priorities and funding allocations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right.
Maybe just to say thank you. It's a big lift that you're about to go through, and you'll learn a lot. And but the community really appreciates what you do. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the asset priorities for fiscal FY 23-24.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Deb. Thank you,
Thank
Mike.
you. Thanks, Mike.
All right, moving on to item number 23, Fitch Family Indoor Aquatic Center property update. Keith?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We're going to pull up this PowerPoint, but I'll just kind of start jumping in, to things. So at the City Council's direction, the July 12th meeting, we did share environmental concerns with the DOT site that we're looking at for the Indoor Aquatic Center at 122 North Oak. So those were shared with council on July 12th. Council directed staff then to research other alternative sites in close proximity to the reinvestment district. And then that we should come back tonight and share those potential sites with City Council. So what I want to do is just refresh everybody's understanding of what the project is. So on the next slide, again, there's the aquatic portion, and this is how it would be laid out on the DOT side at 122 North Oak. Not going to go into detail, but there is the aquatic portion. And then the second portion of it was some multi-purpose space and a walking track. Now that was to be on, this is shown on the second floor. At a prior meeting, City Council directed staff to do this on the first level, which would be in that open green space to the right. So it would be attached to the building. So a little different configuration. But if you look at the next slide, we did have some renderings done of what that might look like from all one level perspective. So you can see the aquatic portion more to the left, and then more to the right is that one level, or at the first level, the walking track and the multi-purpose space. And then we have just one other rendering, just kind of shows you from the northeast looking to the southwest with the parking, how it was to be situated on that site. So just to give you some idea of what those components are and what that might look like. Just to also mention that, there have been some questions in regards to municipal pool as far as usage and so on. So the 3 years prior to the pandemic, so in fiscal year 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, we averaged about 49,000 visits to that facility per year. So it was just almost 50,000 in 16, 17. It was 51,293 in 17-18, and then 45,968 in 18-19. So between those 3 years, I didn't include 19-20 and 20-21 because of the pandemic. So average about 49,000 visits for that at municipal pool. So as far as the process that we looked at to bring information back to you tonight, So there was a list that we put together in 2020 of possible locations for the Aquatic Center when we were looking at this for the reinvestment district. So we started that and looked for alternative options. What we did is we eliminate sites if not able to accommodate either the building. 32,000 square feet is roughly just the aquatics portion. The walking track and multi-purpose space would be about 10,000. So that's why we have the 32,000 to 42,000, 140 parking spaces, landscaping, stormwater, and then, is it city owned, no utility conflicts and so on. And then meet with the neighbors if the site is within the neighborhood. And in the packet, you saw the information. We did meet with neighbors of O'Neill Park. And there were notes in there from that meeting that was held last Monday, and then also a number of emails. And again, as we go through this, I should stress that, it's not an exhaustive list. So the comments that were put in here and so on was what we had at the time when this report was put together. There have been additional emails. Some of those have been forwarded to you, and I know council members and the mayor received a number of emails just directly to you that didn't come through me as well. So it's what we had at the time. And as we go through some of these additional comments coming up here, and these are from staff's perspective when we go through the pros and cons. And when we get to the comments, we've kind of summarized what we heard from the neighbors. So it's not that we wanted to leave things out. We just tried to look for those common themes. But if you look at the meeting notes and the emails, obviously you would see all the different comments that people had. So that's what we did. Develop the staff report, which you received on Friday, and then the council will give us some direction. So if we look at the list, in purple jumps out at you right there is what the current reinvestment district and urban renewal area is for this project. Or for the reinvestment district application that we submitted. So a couple of things, the kind of the bright green up at the top, that was the downtown plaza. So that was part of the application. We're looking for funding. It was funded through a variety of other sources, but that's what that was on there. And then all these other locations you can see were things that we had looked at. Some are city owned, some are not. But if we go to the next, we have a list of all those sites. So obviously we settled on to 122 North Oak. We had a willing seller in the DOT. We obviously were a willing buyer. That's why we were looking at that site for a variety of reasons. The ones in yellow are all city owned, and then the other ones are privately owned. That's not within the city's control. So we did look at Brookside Park. We'll go through that in a little bit more. O'Neill Park we'll go through. City Hall we'll go through. 205 South Walnut. There's Heartland Senior Services site. They are doing a new building, so that site was eliminated because of another project. The CBD parking lot behind Wells Fargo. That's part of the Lincoln Way redevelopment with a parking structure there. So we took that one off. Lincoln Way in Sherman, Harold Pike Construction is located in that area. It's privately owned, not selling right now. But again, these were areas that we looked at. The East Main Street, west of the power plant cooling towers. Just about 2 acres, maybe a little bit under 2 acres. Didn't really accommodate everything that we were looking for. Former water treatment plant site, so there's going to be some demolition that's happening to that, but there still is a lot of infrastructure that is still going to remain. Just part of the building is going down, so it really isn't a feasible site. Former power plant coal yard site, that area, we already have issues with contamination, at the DOT site, and probably a lot of contamination issues with the coal yard site as well. The the 200 block of East 2nd Street between Des Moines and East Avenue, and that's an area not owned. And then there are two areas, one north of Target, one south of Target. The area north of Target, the person who does own that property did reach out to City Council and does have some property there that he's willing to sell. It is in the floodway fringe, so it would have to be brought up to the base flood elevation plus 3 feet. And so there'll be a lot of fill. And then there's some other things with that site as well. So those are the sites that we looked at, but we really honed in on 3 sites that the city owns. The first one being Brookside Park. If you look at the next slide, and you can see it's that area. So this is east of Iowa Creek. You can't see it at the top of the slide, but north of that path are the tennis courts. So the area that the cursor is kind of going around. So now there are a couple of things there. If you look right where the cursor is right now along Brick Ridge, it is fairly steep right there. There is then on the other side, there is a flat area, and then there's another area of steep slope on both sides. Right now, that area, probably looking at about 100 feet in width in that area. Just to give you some idea, the current building that was designed for the DOT site was roughly about 160 by 230 feet. You can see, so 100 feet would be very narrow building, might not be very conducive to design. We would leave that to the architect. And if we go to the pros and cons, so as far as some of the pros, it's undeveloped land, and what we heard with O'Neill Park, we'll hear, I think, the same thing from people in regards to Brookside Park. Is it is undeveloped, but you're taking away park space. No demolition required. And when we're looking at demolition, we're talking infrastructure, buildings. There's nothing there that needs to be taken away. I think there's some people would argue if you're taking away trees and turf and grass and green space and stuff, you are demolishing part of the ecosystem. But so we were looking at demolition from structure or infrastructure. The access, stormwater management, parking, adjacent off-street bicycle paths were some of the pros. Again, this is from a staff's perspective. From a con side, the access only from one street, 6th Street, poor visibility at the intersection, smallest of the 3 sites, the long narrow area I already spoke to, the slopes, the adjacent single family homes would basically be looking at the building wall or the roof of that building, the loss of green space, which we've talked about, and it is the furthest site from the existing reinvestment district and the urban renewal area boundaries. So then we looked at City Hall.
If I could, one question on that.
Sure.
So Iowa State leases Brookside
Yes.
from Iowa State. Do we know whether the terms of that lease would even allow us to construct a facility like this?
So if you go back to the map, so with all of what we're showing here, east of Iowa Creek is city owned.
Oh,
So what we lease from the university, and if you know where if you get an idea of where the restroom is,
sure.
all right. So if you run a line straight north and south, kind of just to the west of the restroom, everything to the east of that line is owned by the city. Everything west of that is what we lease from the university.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That's helpful.
So, and that's just general, the line varies a little bit, but that's generally the easiest way to describe what's owned by the city and what's leased. Okay. So if we go to the City Hall, so with this, you can see City Hall again. You can see where the downtown plaza is, and there's a parking lot, and for mainly city employees, and then where to the southwest of that picture, that's a free lot. There is also right in the corner, there's the Veterans Memorial, And then in the northwest corner of the property is the credit union there as well. So with this one, just to right now there's 190 parking spaces there. We need 140 for the aquatic center. So if we were to do something here, most likely would have to do a parking ramp with it to accommodate over 300 parking spaces. So accommodate what's there plus the additional for the aquatic center. So if we look at the pros and cons here, it is the closest site to the existing boundaries. There is access from the north and south into that area. Cyride, there's a transfer station right there on 5th Street outside of the community center. And there would be a connection to existing recreation facilities and resources at City Hall. From a con side, this is one that we did say was we would have the demolition with this because we would have to take up some of the parking lot. There is underground stormwater management, there as well. So that's why we say the only site requires demolition. Replacement of the lost parking and stormwater, which you can mention. For a parking ramp, you're looking at $30,000 to $40,000 per space. So with the 300 spaces, we need about $9 to $12 million potentially. The parking lot was done with grant and revolving loan funds, so there may be a need to repay those if we don't keep the lot and the stormwater as is. The disruption to the facilities in the area, possible need to acquire credit union property and relocate the Veterans Memorial, and there is no adjacent off-street bicycle paths at this site. So then we looked at O'Neill Park, which you can see the picture there. You have the ball field in the southeast corner, and then you have two different playgrounds. You have a 2 to 5 playground and a 5 to 12-year-old playground. There is a swinging bench. There's a basketball pad, and then obviously there's the green space, the trees, and some other vegetation. So with this one, from a pro standpoint, again, undeveloped land. Again, what I mentioned with Brookside demolition, that's in the eyes of the beholder if it's being demolished or not. Largest of the 3 potential sites, slightly larger than the DOT site, in a similar configuration. There is Cyride access, room for stormwater management, room for parking, access from all 4 sides, adjacent off-street bicycle paths, and is close proximity, which is what council asked staff to look at, is what sites are in close proximity to the reinvestment district. From a con side, obviously loss of green space in the park features. One of the things that at the meeting, and we'll go into that a little bit more too, is we did talk about a potential location for, park amenities still within the neighborhood. There is a steam line easement with the DOT that would need to be vacated. That's on the southeast corner of that site. Patrons traveling to the site from either north or the west may add to neighborhood traffic. And that's you'll see that with the comments from the neighbors, traffic and safety. And then, initial resident feedback, substantial neighborhood opposition to the use of this site. There were a couple of people at the meeting that we had that spoke in favor or were in support of putting the aquatic center on this site, but most of the feedback that we received was in opposition to it, and most of the emails that I received. So if you look at the next slide, so this is you can see South Russell, South Riverside, there's South Hazel, and then 2 blocks over is O'Neill Park. So right now this is the flood buyout area. You can see the area to the south is a Randall Corporation owns it. but the city of Ames owns the rest of that. Now, this was purchased, and the blue line, you can say that's the floodway, and then the green line is the floodway fringe. And the city does have different requirements of what can be put in either of those areas. But one of the things that we'll have to have more conversation if O'Neill Park site is selected, if that's what council chooses to go with, we'll do need to look, because federal money was used to purchase this flood buyout area, and there are some requirements in the deed that we have. There are some restrictions as far as what could be used and what could not be put on this site. It does talk about open air facilities such as a shelter, a restroom, or not a restroom, but playground equipment we feel could be added to this area, but we would need to get FEMA, have the conversation with FEMA and get approval from them before we would do anything. So that's something that we would need to do. So as far as the meeting that we had, that was on last week, Monday, July 18th via Zoom. We did go out and it was short notice. It was the Thursday. Had the meeting on Tuesday. City Council gave staff direction. That was on the 12th. On the 14th, we went and posted over 300 letters to doors. And what we did look at is we went from South 4th Street up to the railroad tracks north of Lincoln Way, and then from Oak over to University is the area. Stadium View apartments were not included in those notices. Approximately 40 attendees in that meeting. And again, attachment 1 is notes from the meeting summary, and then attachment 2 is a correspondence that we had as of Friday prior to this going out. So if we look at the next, in regards to the neighborhood feedback, and this was all in the staff report, but I'll just try to summarize some of these. So one of the comments, and most of these had multiple people had commented on some of these, but one was green space for impervious surface, and with the council goal of sustainability and reducing carbon and so on. So that was something that was mentioned multiple times. Just talked about, Neal Park is used extensively, and it's not just for the neighborhood. It's for other people. There's baseball, softball teams that practice there. We do have programs that are held there. So it does bring in people from throughout the community. The current O'Neill Park, it does have open sight lines. You can get around the entire park, all 4 sides. Whereas what we had discussed at the flood buyout area, you can get there. It's at the end of Riverside. It's at the end of Russell. You can see some of it from Hazel. You can see some of it from South 4th. But there are some areas that butt up against the river that you can't get to. So there were concerns about safety and just sight lines and be able to see what's happening within the park. The location that we just were talking about, it is in the floodway, not all of it. We showed earlier, some of it's in the floodway, some of it's in the floodway fringe. But it does become unusable when it's flooded and contaminated with silt, and are there other contaminants that get deposited on there from the flood waters. So some of the residents did voice comments about being negatively impacted by some of the recent and changes. Stadium View Suite Apartments, Lincoln Way Corridor Plan, and then elimination of the park would be another threat to the stability of the neighborhood. Affected by traffic, again, that's increased traffic. We could put access to the parking lot on North Oak, which would keep people from at least coming in, to the or having access to the site from Maple or from South Third, and so on. But again, you're not going to be able to control everybody. You're going to get people that will come through other areas. They'll come off of Lincoln Way, come down Maple, or come down North Oak or South Oak to get to that area. The replacement park, it's further away from majority of the residents in the neighborhood, was a comment that we heard, and especially with some of the apartments that are along North Oak as well. Because in this next bullet with the nearby apartments, the park space is some of the only open green area for them to recreate, and the Aquatic Center would remove some of that green space for their use. And then 4 last bullets, some of the people in attendance, did offer, better sites, what they felt were better sites as alternatives to the DOT site or O'Neill Park. Concern about property values decreased by replacing a neighborhood park with the Aquatic Center. And with that one, well-kept parks and, amenities such as an aquatic center and so on, generally just studies across the country, if they're well-kept, generally increase the property values, not decrease property values. But that's a concern, and that's for the people that mentioned it, that's a legitimate concern from their perspective. Removal of the park from low-income neighborhood, contrary to the council's goal of equitable treatment for all segments of the population. Some of the comments said that, there's a wide variety of people living in this neighborhood. You have ISU professors, you have low income, you have students, you have just a wide variety, and the park does offer an equitable location for all of those segments in the neighborhood. And then developing O'Neill Park an aquatics facility, contrary to the wishes of the O'Neill family. Again, there was a covenant on there that it should be used for a park and a playground. And with that, the city attorney did look at that and said that is good for 21 years. So that covenant right now, we're not bound by it. But again, I think the point of this bullet is that was the wishes of the family, and that was a point brought up by the neighbors. So with and again, there's you received a lot of emails, and there's a lot of other information in there as well. So really we're shared 3 options, and there may be more that you have as well, but one option. If the council does not wish to pursue a different site and wants to stay at the DOT site, council could choose 2 paths. One would be for staff to work with the DOT on an offer to buy, equal to the appraised value, which is $2.9 million, and we would make that payment in possession when we take possession in October, or whatever that date is that we agree to. And with that one too, then there is still the remediation and the mitigation that we'll have with the site. And then, or B, request the DOT obtain a new appraisal for 122 North Avenue, which would consider the existence of the environmental contamination. So if council wishes to stay on that site, those are 2 paths that could be used. Option 2, if council wishes to pursue the O'Neill Park site, direction must be provided on these 4 items. 1, we'd want to do the geotechnical and environmental studies on the site from satellite pictures and so on, and DNR reports that we've looked at. We have not seen, anything on there, but we'd still want to do our due diligence and make sure that the site is clean. Consult with RDG, our architect, regarding modifications, conceptual designs to fit the site. And I think through a variety of emails that that you saw and comments that were made. Try to, if with it, a number of people suggested putting the building maybe on the southeast corner as much as possible, trying to save the trees and some of the green space if that's at all possible. Consult with FEMA, which I mentioned in regards to the flood buyout area, and then return to City Council to amend the reinvestment district application in the urban renewal area to incorporate the new site. So that's what would happen, need to happen under option 2. And then option 3, if council will wish to pursue a site other than the DOT site or O'Neill Park, would need to give direction to staff as to what site you would want us to look at. And then, the similar steps in option 2 would need to be done, as well, with exception of consulting with FEMA that's, specific to the flood buyout area. So kind of an overview of what we looked at and with the meeting with the neighborhood for the O'Neill Park site. So I'd be glad Brian and I could answer any questions that you may have, if you have any.
Questions for Keith?
Keith, you explained why we were looking at the City Hall parking lot, but not the CBD? What is it?
CBD lot.
South of,
Okay, the downtown lot, the one
Yeah.
behind Main Street.
by Wells Fargo.
Yeah,
We did not look at that because that's part of the Lincoln Way development and has been earmarked right now anyways, part of that development for a parking structure. So that's why we did not look at that site any further, because it's part of that right now, part of the agreement with the Lincoln Way redevelopment.
how many parking spaces are there in that lot if you were to put the aquatic center there?
Which one are you referring to? Which lot?
The one behind Main Street by Wells Fargo.
I can find that out.
It's about 125 spaces in the area right behind Wells Fargo approximately.
No, I mean the whole,
Oh, all the way down?
yeah.
All the way to,
Is it
Kellogg?
190? For some reason, that's.
all the way to Kellogg, you mean, or all
Yeah.
the way down to Duff?
All the way down.
The total CDBD lot, the 3 parts then you're asking. I don't really know.
For some reason,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
I
from
can
our
find it.
parking discussions, it might be like 190 or something.
So one of the things just to maybe just mention, I go down there for lunch, at times, and a lot of times, a lot of those parking spots are full.
Mhm.
So it would be, obviously if we put the building there, we would need to again have the 140 spots for the aquatic center, plus try to look at how do you replace all the spots that would be taken. So you might wind up having to do a structure plus the building as well.
But we're already committed to building a structure because of the link project. So that seems a little odd to me. If we're already considering a structure, then why would building a structure be a problem? But I'm not here to argue for that parking lot. I just got
Yeah.
asked, why
Oh,
aren't we
yeah.
considering that? And yet we're considering the City Hall lot.
Yeah.
The other question I would have about any of these other sites that were on the list and then were rejected, do we anticipate that any of them may require some kind of remediation like the DOT property? I mean, it seems to me that the lot behind Main Street, because it used to be a rail yard, might have some issues, but I don't know. I mean, that's just me thinking off the top of my head.
And that's a possibility. The coal yard mentioned would have contamination. There's some other of the areas there might be, but without really looking at it, we didn't do a lot of in-depth research in regards to what was on those sites, and kind of what we did the phase 1 study of the DOT site would look at the historical viewpoint of all of those sites, and that we did not do.
The three that I think I'd be most concerned about from an environmental standpoint are the coal yard, obviously, the old water treatment plant site. That site has a pretty lengthy history of development and construction and redevelopment and so forth. And then the east end of Main Street has had a variety of uses over the years, and there's probably quite a bit in terms of utilities and things like that underneath there that would be we'd have to investigate.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
So, Keith, maybe for people that aren't tracking with this discussion, we're focusing on this reinvestment area for a significant financial reason. Could you just walk us through that? If we were to build a pool in a different part of the community, what are the downsides financially to that?
So right now with the reinvestment district, which was shown on the one picture, the Iowa Economic Development Authority, they did a program and they set aside a good chunk of money for communities to apply for. So if you have the reinvestment district, what they will do is any sales tax that's generated off of any new development within that district, that sales tax goes to the state, and then in this case would be rebated back to the city. So we submitted in February of 2021 a preliminary application, and with that application, the IEDA did give us a preliminary award of $10 million. And then there was a final application that was due February of 2022, which we submitted, and we have not heard yet a final word on that. So if it is within the reinvestment district, there is $10 million that's at stake, potentially with it. And right now, should just add in regards to the whole funding aspect, right now there is, just over $10 million that has been either pledged or already submitted for this project. That's private donations or donations, just over 10 million. And then, we would need to issue bonds to $21 million. So if that reinvestment application, if we do get a final award of $10 million, that $10 million will help reduce the taxpayers' responsibility to pay off that debt. So instead of the taxpayer being responsible for 21 million, it could be down to 11 million, roughly. And again, it depends on the award. And just because they award us $10 million, if the redevelopment only generates $8 million in state taxes, we would only get $8 million. So the 10 million is not a full guarantee, but through the performas and all of that, that's what they had given us initial award for.
So that's very helpful. And so for people who are watching, they wonder, why not just locate the pool somewhere else, put it on the edge of town or something? We've got basically a $10 million reason. So those would be dollars that we'd be asking the taxpayers to pay for.
Tim, if I could jump in, just one
Please,
other
yeah.
quick thing. I think it's important to understand too, the reinvestment district program requires that the area that's designated as the district can't be larger than 75 acres. So it has to be within that district. It is, we believe, possible to amend the district to include new areas and decrease certain other areas. We would need to work through that with IEDA if that was the direction that the council wanted to go. But there are limitations to how far we can stretch the district to encompass a new area. So if a new facility was decided to be located really far away from where the heart of the reinvestment district boundaries are now, we'd have a long flagpole to get there. And we would probably have a tough time arguing to IEDA that those are connected somehow.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that clarification. Keith, the outreach that you did, we only instructed you to reach out to the neighborhoods that around the O'Neill Park. Is that correct?
Well, what you asked is if to go to look at sites in close proximity to the reinvestment district, and if that site was within a neighborhood, then meet with the neighbors. So that was the direction that council gave us. So we looked at it from the standpoint of O'Neill Park, met the direction that staff gave or what city council gave us. So that's why we met with those neighbors. We did not meet with neighbors from Brookside Park. We didn't think that that is a very viable option based on the size and some of the other things. So we did not meet with the neighbors there. If that is something that council wanted us to do, we could most definitely have a discussion and do a similar meeting like we did with the O'Neill Park neighborhood.
And so you did not use your email list for the Parks and Rec Department to email all of those people that this was a topic that was being contemplated?
We did not.
And so as a data point, I have not seen any stories in the Ames Tribune in the last month regarding this. And so I'm a little concerned that when we're talking about receiving public input on such an important subject, I don't know how people would really know about this. And so I'm just taking that into consideration that we're going to be asked to balance needs and concerns of a neighborhood against the benefits to the community as a whole without really receiving, without the community really receiving that kind of notice. And particularly, and I am shocked by the numbers. I would not have guessed that you were averaging 49 to 50,000 visits per year. So, I mean, that really gives you a sense of the scope of the benefit of this pool to our community. Keith, could you, or Brian, could you put back the rendering? This is just a conceptual view, but of the, go back one. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. That one. Yep. So this is an important concern for a lot of people in the community. Could you show us where that walking path is located? Projected?
It would be on that end.
Yep.
On the east end.
And so just for clarification to the public, we walked away from that. So if the walking path, I'm sorry, if we were to site the pool on the DOT property, then at least based on our numbers right now, we would not have a walking path on that property. Is that correct?
Well, what we would do is the base bid would be the aquatics portion, and then the multi-purpose space and the walking track would be an ad alternate. So based on our numbers, what the bids came in on, if the bids came in favorable, we could award that ad alternate. Based on our numbers just from April with from Stecker Harmson, it didn't look like, or doesn't look like, that will be possible. That's why City Council directed staff to focus on the aquatics portion, do the ad alternate.
So just to clarify then, at least based on the numbers we have now, just to compare projects with projects, to build this facility on the DOT site, there would not be a walking track. But with the savings of not having to buy the property from the DOT, we could then have that walking track on a facility in O'Neill Park. Am I saying that correctly?
If the numbers come in with what our estimates were in April, if those numbers were what we got on bid day, I would say yes, we would have enough money to be able to do that. But again, it's a very volatile market. We don't know if the numbers will come in what it has been in April. That's part of the design process. We'll continue to do estimates and see what we're at. But if the numbers were what was estimated in April, I would say yes, we should be able to do that. But there's no guarantee.
Certainly, and I appreciate you being cautious and stating with certainty the things that are up in the air right now. But at least preliminarily, the project on O'Neill Park would be both probably a pool and a walking track. And I know that that is a huge interest for this community. Keith, as you've had a chance to visit recreational facilities in peer communities, are walking tracks an amenity that communities our size would normally expect to have?
In most of the facilities that I've been in, a walking track of some sort has always been a part of these larger facilities. Because again, it's a something that a lot of people are looking for, especially in inclement weather and in the winter months. It's probably one of the most asked questions, if not the most asked question we get during the wintertime, is where can we walk indoors?
So that's a very important data point for people. On the subject of remediation, that's sort of a cloud hanging over this with respect to DOT property. What are the best estimates that we have in the range of the price tag for remediation?
You know, with it and kind of went in depth at the last meeting. So we can tell you if it's a worst case scenario with all the things that, just doing the special piping was $84,000. The vapor mitigation was probably $100,000 to $200,000. The special footings, probably $125,000. The double casing for the geothermal wells was $367,000. The water treatment, and that one was, $600,000 for dewatering. Again, that's if, and these are all worst case scenarios. So just even what I just shared with you, that's over $1 million, maybe even closer to 1.2, 1.3, maybe even more than that. So with that's the worst case scenario. Now on the flip side, if we're pulling in and we have to dispose of when we're dewatering, if there's contamination in there, but it's not over a certain level, we could dispose of that into the sanitary sewer. As long as they're at a certain level or below. So that would save on the dewatering costs. If the water section and the contaminated soil section of the DNR, they would make the determination of whether or not we would need to do the double casing or just do a normal geothermal with it. We've already talked about doing stormwater offsite, which we would be able to do. We have $500,000 in the budget for on-site stormwater management. And talking with Public Works, thought that may be enough to do the offsite stormwater. So the vapor mitigation, I think, is something that we'd want to do. The footings we would have to do. So just between those two items, you're talking $250,000 roughly. So I think on the low side, I think we would want to at least do and probably the special piping. So you might be up to 3.25 or 3.5, 350,000 for those. So I think those are probably three things. And you agree, Brian, that we probably want to do regardless. And then depending on what the DNR tells us, that number could go up.
And my concern on this point is that even if we do these extensive remediations, it's very difficult to address the stigma attached to a property like this once there's substantial environmental concerns. I had a question with respect to the usage of the park. So we have a pool that conservatively will, if we go back to pre-COVID numbers, bring in 49 to 50,000 visits per year. We don't keep accurate statistics on the utilization of all of our parks. It'd be sort of impossible to do that. But can you speak to your general impression of the level of usage of O'Neill Park? Is that possible to make even a general comment with respect to that?
I think it would be very difficult. I would just be guessing, with it. I can tell you, and I mentioned this, I think last Monday with the meeting, I've gone by the park at times and I don't see anybody there. I go by the park at times and there's a bunch of people on the ball field and there's people on the playground and there's people on the basketball court and there's people in the open space and there's people on the picnic tables. So it's and I just go by there at times. I'm not going by there every hour, on the hour, every day. So these are just times when I'm going by. Sometimes they're in the morning, sometimes they're in the afternoon, sometimes they're in the evening. So I would be. It would be a guess, a stab in the dark to try to come up with a number with it.
Okay.
So,
And almost, I appreciate your patience. Some of the concerns with respect to our climate action plan. I mean, how is it we are going to be able to build anything if we don't show some willingness to put a facility down? I mean, how would we ever build a swimming pool in a facility like this anywhere?
yeah, I think one of the concerns that, and you might hear this from others, is that the DOT site, for example, is already impervious. There's 2 buildings there. There's parking lot there. There's some green space. The aquatic center will have parking lot, we'll have building, but it will have some landscaping and things of that sort. So I think from that standpoint, I think people are looking, maybe to us to find locations that, trade one for one, so to speak. It's already impervious. We're going to put impervious there. Not a big deal. I think the concern is when we have a park or we have other green space, that you're going to be taking, the green space and then putting impervious. It may be difficult because, for example, if you look at the Miracle Park, if people don't know this, underneath all of that rubber surface is concrete, and I don't think you find anybody that say that wasn't a needed amenity and a great addition to the park system and to the community. So I think there's going to have to be some trade-offs, at times, but I don't know if I can really answer your question.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, as a city, we're growing and we're projected to add 15,000 residents. We're going to be putting lots of concrete down. The key, I think, for people to understand is that when any construction happens, there has to be a plan with respect to how surface water is handled. And can you just give us a quick, or maybe Brian, either one, an understanding of how would we think about if we built that facility on the O'Neill Park, how would we deal with surface water mitigation?
Well, I think we'd look at we'd have the stormwater management on the site, and what we were looking at initially at the DOT site was doing underground stormwater management. So that's a possibility at this site. You could do off-site stormwater management as long as it's in the same watershed. But I think we would look at doing underground stormwater management at the O'Neill Park site if that's what was decided.
So the same requirements we require the private sector for handling stormwater, we would follow that ourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thanks for fielding these questions.
Yeah.
Could I ask a follow-up to what Keith just said and what Brian said about, well, you were basically talking about the DOT site as a brownfield site. And Brian, you were talking about the reinvestment district and the ways we have to be careful about how we reconfigure it. So it's my understanding that the purpose of the reinvestment district was for urban revitalization and catalysts for redevelopment of downtowns. And when I think urban revitalization, I think, well, brownfield site, not city park. So how do you argue that shifting the location to the park fits with the reinvestment district goals? Or,
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know all the ins and outs of the reinvestment district program, but I know one of the key components to it is just economic development in general, and encouraging. A key component of our application was encouraging people to come to this area of Ames and be connected to the Aquatic Center site, the downtown, the plaza, the other projects that were going to take place within the reinvestment district. So it's the goal is to have those projects that encourage commerce, that encourage people to come and spend their dollars locally here in Ames. Raise value.
So there really isn't an assumption that the projects need to be contiguous to downtown specifically, since this really isn't. O'Neill Park isn't, the DOT site is.
Well, that's a discussion we'll have to have with the Iowa Economic Development Authority if you ask us to proceed. We'll have to show that somehow it is connected, and we'll have to, you recall when we had the initial reinvestment district application, we had to do an economic analysis. What's the impact of these projects all happening in these areas? What can we expect to generate in terms of state sales tax and the hotel motel tax and so forth? What's the value added by all of these projects? So we'll need to discuss with Iowa Economic Development Authority about to what extent we're going to have to prove that information again, if at all, if we want to proceed. We'll have to talk with them and find out what the
Gloria, in the literature from the Iowa Reinvestment District, they say the program is designed to assist communities in developing transformative projects that improve the quality of life, create and enhance unique opportunities, and substantially benefit the community, region, and state. So I don't think it's just focused on downtown necessarily.
Maybe I took that from the introduction to our application.
It's probably how we portrayed it.
Yeah.
And that's why it was important to them. But
Have we had any preliminary conversations about if we would even be allowed to amend the boundaries at this point, or if our $10 million would be at stake if we don't go with our DOT site?
Yeah, we've talked just preliminarily with some of the staff people at IEDA, but it would be subject to approval by their board, and we'll need to go through the process of amending the application and getting that all done. So it's a lot of paperwork that we haven't started yet because we don't know if you're interested in it yet.
I'm wondering, Keith or Brian, if you can speak a little bit to the timing of the project with the various site options that we have. We've already, spent 12 months dealing with the DOT and pushing this project back much further than I think we all anticipated. And I'm just wondering how these different sites impact further timing of the issue, because I think we're ultimately doing a disservice to the community the longer we prolong this.
Yeah. So I think from just from the project standpoint, that we're looking at, roughly about 9 months for design, and then it would we'd probably put it out for bid for a month, and then award the contract. And right now be looking at probably 18 months roughly for construction. So right there, you're looking probably 28 to 30 months is just from the time we start design. So right now, I think with any of these things, once a decision is made, so in regards to the different sites, so the DOT site, if that was selected as the location, and council approves, an offer to buy and so on, that probably would be the site that would be the quickest in regards to moving forward and getting design started. If the O'Neill Park site was selected, we would want to do the environmental study. We would need to do some of the other things. Right now, contracts with RDG and with Story Construction for construction management services have been based on the the DOT site. So I think we would need to go back and have conversation with them and see if there are any adjustments are made. So I think that could add a couple of months, 3 months, to the project. So that's just without giving it a lot of thought. I guess those are my take on it.
Yeah, I would just add, we indicated in the staff report that time is of the essence. We are approaching the point where we need to make a decision regarding the DOT site and whether we're going to pursue that site or not, because the DOT would intend to put that site up for auction early next year. So if we are not going to purchase it, the part of the reason why we did not consider properties that weren't already owned by the city in this analysis is simply because it would take too much time for us to go through that process of investigating the sites and negotiating and figuring out if we can even if the potential seller is even interested. There's a lot of different components to that would take quite a lot of time. We spent 18 months already on the DOT site, and that has been an extensive process. So we didn't want to have to repeat large chunks of that on a new site. And then you've authorized we are expecting to issue bonds for the project here in the next month or two. We need to determine if that's going to happen or not. We don't want to issue bonds for a project that isn't going to happen. So we need to determine what our site is going to be here relatively quickly.
Does moving the facility change the bonding situation?
It does. We'll have to get information from our bond counsel and the finance director about what all the implications are of doing that. But we would expect that if you move to a site outside the reinvestment district, we're going to have to go through a couple of steps.
I would think you wouldn't want to move ahead with that until you had the reinvestment.
Yeah.
Are you assuming stay at the same site or moving it? Moving it, you're asking?
I'm assuming that
If you move it, you're going to have to do modify the urban renewal area,
yes.
the reinvestment district. I would think we would not want to incur debt until we knew we were moving ahead with the project, but that's just me. You may want to do that. So that would take time, is what I'm saying. There's a whole hearing requirement and all that. So that'd slow it down.
And when you say that the DOT site would be the fastest to completion, is that option 1A or is it also option 1B?
Probably 1A.
No.
Yeah, 1B is asking DOT to obtain a new appraisal, and that would take some additional
That takes time.
time.
So 1A would be the quickest.
And we'd need to, there's a lot of risk with obtaining a new appraisal. If it doesn't come in a positive manner for us, then we'll be in a position where we have to think about what we want to do then. So 1A is the most straight line path to building an aquatic center as soon as possible, probably.
Any other questions?
But the difference time-wise, your best estimate is 3 months. In the life of the community, 3 months is a second. That tail can't possibly wag the dog.
Well, if it puts us into another construction year, that could add 10% to the project. So we already had 9 months built into it. So if you had 3 months, it depends when that puts them in the completion of the design, building design, and when we can put it out for bid. If we lose another year, that's another $3 million.
Are we certain that some of this remediation activity doesn't prolong?
It could.
It could. It could take some time we don't know how much yet. I mean, that's the unknown.
Okay.
The designing of it probably won't. When we design the features, that can be built into design work. It depends how much contamination we find when we dewater, right? It could be very little, could be a lot. That's why it's difficult to estimate the cost.
Any other questions?
Does a delay also impact the up to $10,000 in any way? That timeline, is that impacted by any delay in making our decision?
Is what impacted?
So that up to $10,000 of funding. That
10 million, you mean?
Oh, 10 million?
Sorry.
Oh,
Oops.
okay.
That's why you're what is she talking about? Up to 10 million that we currently believe we qualify for. Does timing impact that at all?
I
think
don't-
Kelly can speak to that. Kelly's here, or he was here. Did he walk out?
At the moment, I don't think it does,
I think
but
it
at some
does.
point, we're waiting on submitting a couple of documents to finalize our application so that Iowa Economic Development Authority can approve it.
Okay.
But of course, we don't want to do that if we're going to change our boundaries, and we want to make sure that we get things done in the right order. So we're holding off on that. But I assume at some point,
What?
Iowa Economic Development Authority is going to tell us.
Well,
We
what
need
I
to
understand is once it's approved, if it's approved,
Yeah.
that the timing is really involves when the largest component of the link project is started, that starts the clock. So it's not really related to the construction. I mean, it's not related necessarily to the construction of this project, but I want to, and hesitant to tell you, we don't have a deal in the link project either. So that $10 million hasn't been approved by the authority, but you haven't come to you haven't seen any of it. I haven't seen the final proposal, and you're going to have to decide if you even want to move ahead with that project based on the financing that's requested from the city. So I can't tell you that's a done deal yet because you haven't seen it. I haven't seen the final. So that what I'm trying to say, that's not assured. The $10 million is not assured for a number of reasons. One of which is just your own acceptance of the proposal from the developer.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open up public input, and I have a number of cards here. I would ask, first of all, that if presenters would try and limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. And if you agree with our previous presenter, if you could just say that, and we're not going to try and discourage you from offering input, but if you could offer new information versus just repeating the same thing. But so I'll go through these cards first, and then if anyone else wants to address council after we go through the cards, you're welcome to do so. So start with Susie Petra. Susie Petra. If you'd introduce yourself and your address, and you maybe start.
Susie Petra, 2011 Duff Avenue. Many long-time year resident here of Ames and retired instructor. 13 years ago, the city closed carpool. The League of Women Voters then worked, and I chaired that committee. We worked with Keith in Parks and Rec to try to find an indoor pool. We did a lengthy study. We knew what older citizens here in Ames needed to stay here and continue paying taxes and staying with their young families. And then we were dismissed, I guess, because a lot of other disparate groups had input, and an octopus resulted, and that was voted down, unfortunately. And that then took us to approximately 2 years ago when this pool at the former St. Cecilia DOT site was chosen. I think what amazed and disappointed me and actually appalled me was that the city didn't ask their own assessor to look at that property. It seems like 2 years almost was wasted before we found out that was a contaminated site. So here we are 13 years later. We still want an indoor pool. We actually want something that we can afford. We would like a pool that is for recreation, is for swimming lessons, is for rehab, et cetera. And we'd like an indoor track, not necessarily a rec center. So I would like, well, the first thing I saw when I read the list of sites, I was actually laughing Why would you consider the Heartland site when they're already building on it? That seemed to me laughable. Others have contamination on their sites, which require mediation. That should not necessarily be looked at. Others were too small. Many of them, I think, are too safe when it comes for protecting our children coming and going. It does make me wonder what's behind all this, because there are sites that are worthwhile and worthy to look at. And I want to add to some, even though I know that they are not in the reinvestment area. The city owns the former Edwards School. It's huge. That plot of land is huge. You don't have to demolish anything. There is a playground. You wouldn't have to take down trees. Another site, which a lot of people for some reason have a problem with, is the car pool site, the former pool. It has parking. There is an empty vacant lot next to it. I don't know who owns it, whether we do or it's privately owned, but it's empty, has been forever. It certainly is built high, but you can build it higher. And truly, for the size of pool we actually need, that is perfect. Another site is actually the Ontario site, which we considered for the big mega thing. You would not need to tear anything down. There's no mediation of contamination. There are no trees that you would ruin. I hope that this group really decides not to do the O'Neill site. I think an architect in our midst, the mayor, knows how important it is to have green space in light of the climate crisis. We need all the green space we can to mitigate what we humans do with cars and breathing, et cetera. So other than that, lastly, I would ask that you consider wherever you're going to choose, rather than covering land that can absorb water with cement, would you please consider permeable paving? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we invite Judith Lemus. Lemus, sorry.
All right, I'll try to be not
Could you, I'm sorry.
comment like her. My name is Judy Lemus. I live at 327 South Maple. I'm right across the street from the firing line there. I am a water exerciser, like many of my friends, and the city of Ames has failed them multiple times to build an indoor aquatic facility. She's already mentioned some of those, the bond issue and negotiating with the school district, that kind of thing. It gives me pause about the trust that I put in the city of Ames to come up with a decision on this issue. Why? Now the city is in a big hurry to get this aquatic center done. And as you know, making a decision in a big hurry often leads to problems and failures and regret. So it's not a good thing, no matter what decision you're making. As it is, earlier mentioned the notification of the neighbors. It's summer. There's a lot of people gone. A lot of people were notified. I got really quick notice for this meeting on Monday, the Zoom meeting, and then this meeting. So we really haven't had a great lot of time to prepare for this. So I'm a little upset about that. Ames, in its hurry, I have to comment, didn't do their own evaluation of that DOT site. If you're a home buyer, you know you should always get an inspector of your own to do your evaluations before you make any decisions. So there should have been some of that done too. I'm kind of ashamed to say that wasn't done. And that the DOT knew this was a problem in '94 with the sale of the property. Shouldn't there be some public record of that contamination that they knew about in '94? All right, let's see what else here. So we're left with, what are we left with? This pathetic list of alternatives with O'Neill being in the crosshairs of the city's decision to put in a pool. It's the easy way out. So I have another alternative for everybody. I think instead of preserving this precious link development area between Clark and Kellogg, and taking a green space that's valuable and free, I might add, and increasing the chances of runoff, et cetera, why don't we take that site Why don't we take that site and think about it a little bit? Let's think outside the box here. You have a possibility of putting in your recreation site there. Now, I don't necessarily like the idea of a hotel or apartments, really, because I think we have a lot of that. And I know you've mentioned all the growth in Ames and everything else, but I think we have a lot of that. You could sacrifice the apartment building because that's, you know, one that we have a lot of. You could keep your precious hotel. That would be a draw for downtown. A recreation facility with parking and a splash pad. That'd be a great place to put it. You've got plenty of room there, and it would be within your district. You wouldn't even have to worry about the DOT. Your thing would shrink down, and you would get your money because it's a unique, the recreation, the pool is a unique thing to Ames. So that's what this I always thought this reinvestment was supposed to also be a unique facility that we might not have. So not only is it contributing to the commercial aspects in Ames and drawing people downtown, it also is a unique thing that we need desperately. So I guess the only other thing that I have to say that wasn't already said by Susie as well, the middle school site wasn't thought. If we're going to think outside the box, I did see Edwards. Edwards is a beautiful site for this. So is Ontario. But I also thought the old middle school site had, someone told her and me that the piping and infrastructure is still there from the original thought. So I don't know if that's true. So that's all I have to say about that. I think if we do consider West Ames and decide to go against this, West Ames needs all the love we can give it because we have ignored West Ames. I grew up in West Ames for a long time. They need a little love. So that's another thought. I know people would support a bond if that happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah Davis.
Hi, Sarah Davis, 1220 Parkway. I am just going to briefly add the fact that I feel like there's just not enough information. I really appreciate the questions that you've been asking in the previous meeting and in this meeting, and all the information that's come from city staff. But I will echo the fact that I'm feeling like there's not enough understanding about the consequences of this decision, and it does feel hasty to me. So that's my number one concern, and I will echo a lot of the opinions about how we use our land, and that the undeveloped land is far more precious than presently developed land that can be recycled and reused as more developed land. So I'm going to quit there because I think there's a lot to say.
Thank you. Kim Moss.
Good evening. I'm in Campus Town at 430 Lynn Avenue, and I also agree with the previous speakers. And I think preserving our green space as much as possible needs to be at the forefront of every single decision that comes to this council and to the community. I'm excited to have indoor aquatic center developed, but at the expense of developing on green space is a sad option. We really need to make our green space, our habitat wildlife, and our future generations' ability to interact in these precious, precious environments at the forefront of our thinking. And it's incredibly, incredibly important. And so I encourage all of you to provide more time for committee voice, or for the community voice in this, and to really look at that important cause carefully. It needs to be really well thought through. So I strongly agree with those previous statements. They were spoken very well, and I plead that you give us more time and save our green spaces.
Thank you. Jerry Neal.
Jerry Neal, 916 Ridgewood Avenue. I'm going to be assuming that we stay within the development district and that we don't do the original plan. So that takes us to the three options that were put before the council, and those are the ones that I want to talk about tonight. So first, thank you. I appreciate everybody's here has had a lot of really good questions, and I appreciate what staff did on the pros and cons for the different options, the three options. But I personally, I'm kind of a city central person. I support the option, if we get to it, of the City Hall parking lot M. I have 3 points that I would raise with respect to that and why I support it. One is just thinking about that. That parking structure stood out to me as a big ticket item that we can and should rethink. We are already moving into a climate challenged economy. So sizing down our traditional approaches to parking and investing in a reimagined transportation future, that makes sense to me. I just don't see a future where more and more people won't choose walking or shared transportation or bicycling or whatever for their preferred short distance lifestyles. That's number one. Number two, looking at the parks regarding Neal and Brookside, they both overlay green space with a hard surface, and I don't see anywhere in here a provision for creating an equal amount of new green space. So retaining the green space is more than just flood control. We need more green space because it's going to help us adapt to intense rainfall and to peak temperatures. So yes, it captures stormwater, but it captures carbon, it filters out excess and nutrients, it captures toxins, and really importantly, it provides microclimate control, neighborhood temperatures, and therefore managing energy demand when, for example, temperatures are peaking as they are all over the nation right now. So those are my points regarding keeping the green spaces and maintaining or adding to them. Finally, about leaving the park intact or any parks intact. Community vitality is enhanced by plentiful and accessible green spaces. And I know that our city prioritizes this because we have it in our goals, we have it in our policies. We've even invested in a climate action planning process. And so, as we've heard tonight, these are very valuable things, yet they're unvalued. And they include things like improved family and individual physical and mental health, a beautiful city landscape, and our stewardship responsibility to maintaining green living corridors for wildlife and pollinators. So to summarize, I would say we can't just pay over our green spaces without creating new and equivalent green spaces, and I don't see that in the options that have been provided. What we can do, we can invest in repurposing hard surface locations to better fit our city's fast approaching future needs. So City Hall West seems best suited to me to bring together most of the priorities of the city and the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tam?
Hello. My name is Tam Lorenz, and I live at 311 South Maple, which is right across the street from O'Neill Park. And of course, I just speak for myself tonight, but maybe I'm also speaking for some underrepresented park users who do not live in the Oak to Riverside area and who may not even be aware that their closest park is threatened. I voted for the Healthy Life Center. I didn't object to the placement of the Aquatic Center on the DOT site, which is right next to my neighborhood. However, this latest maneuver to stretch the urban renewal zone farther south than anywhere else in the city, and in the process, destroy O'Neill Park, brought me here tonight. O'Neill Park does not just serve the Oak to Riverside neighborhood. This proposal is not just a quote neighborhood issue, nor is it up for pro or con vote within the neighborhood. Instead, the proposal to replace O'Neill Park with an aquatic center shines a bright light on two citywide issues and values that are at risk. First is the inclusion of low-income citizens in the benefits of living in Ames. And second is the Ames carbon reduction of the Ames carbon footprint through carbon sequestration. I'm speaking to you, the city council right now, but I hope other people are listening, maybe citizens who are interested in carbon sequestration goals, or any organization that advocates for low-income families within Ames. Those constituencies will feel the ripple effects if the aquatic center is placed in O'Neill Park, but I'd be surprised if they're even aware of the latest aquatic center twist. Covering acres of no fee-for-use green space with 2 acres of concrete brings in question the city's dedication to the civic value of increased carbon sequestration. Even if the city builds a carbon neutral building with the current carbon and water absorption natural system that exists cannot be replaced with a parking lot. Now, I know that the aquatic center will require a fee for use regardless of whether it's built, wherever it's built. And maybe you're going to even give a break to low-income folks, but there will be a fee. And the problem is, if the aquatic center is built over the spot where O'Neill Park exists right now, a fee-free recreational green space is going to be lost to a fee-required facility that has drastically reduced access. Groups of young adults who come from the park to use the park's green space and basketball court appear to be coming from the Maplewood Apartments and the Stadium View Suites. Apartment residents coming from the east and south of Hy-Vee have no closer park for their children. Loss of a fee-free recreational area in this part of town. There's many apartment dwellers that really do not have easy access to a green space or any playground equipment. None of these users live in what the city has traditionally considered part of the Oak to Riverside neighborhood. And yet O'Neill Park serves an entire section of town and for free. Although the city staff gave neighbors a fairly rosy view of moving O'Neill Park to the flood buyout zone last Friday in the staff report, there's questions whether those projections for park conversion and access are even possible given FEMA restrictions. I'd say either keep the DOT site or consider the site that's north of Target. This site would at least further the Lincoln Way corridor development plan for East Lincoln Way. It might accomplish two things at once. As long as the city's redrawing investment borders, why not drop the DOT site and move the entire district to the east? By doing so, the city would avoid destruction of a park site that serves an entire area of town. Please do not consider O'Neill Park as an appropriate spot for the aquatic center. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Is there anybody else that wants to address council? Merlin?
Could I make one comment and one ask for one clarification without it counting against my 3-minute limit? I'm Merlin Fonkook, 1424 Kellogg Avenue. First, I'd like to commend council members Betcher and Rollins for wearing masks, and for those in the audience that are wearing masks, why aren't the rest of you wearing masks? Secondly, I didn't understand the clarification on why indoor track could be built at O'Neill, but not at the other site. Was it just a matter of finances?
I think we'll go ahead and I'll write the question down. We'll complete the public input and then we'll come back
Okay.
and make sure the question is being answered.
I am baffled by the council's approach to the Aquatic Center. Why would you want to anger an entire neighborhood by suggesting O'Neill Park as the site? 18 months after you had identified the DOT site. Why were not other possible sites looked at during these 18 months? And the council action form says time is of the essence, so we must make a decision quickly. Is it about saving us residents maybe $2 million? $1 million more to buy the DOT property than hoped, and maybe up to $1 million to remediate environmental contamination? Surely the city should have known that this site could potentially have some contamination given the location. I can't defend the DOT's appraisal, nor can I attack it. I don't know how the 2.9 million was arrived at, and it wouldn't mean much to me if I did. But why is the council apparently so worried about paying an extra $2 million for the DOT property? You've already okayed a GO bond issue to pay for the Aquatic Center. After all, just this spring, you gave the owners of the properties at 2105 and 2421 Dayton, the Dayton Area Development LLC, a tax break of $2.6 million to install infrastructure for a small lot industrial development. On top of that, those building on the larger lots might qualify for our standard industrial tax abatement. And the water and sewer lines being put in along East Lincoln Way are costing us residents $4.3 million in GO bonds. It would be almost $1 million more if federal COVID dollars weren't also being used. And this still doesn't get the water and sewer lines to what is now Verbio, which was the original goal. And now you are so worried about maybe $2 million more for the Aquatic Center at the DOT property. The Aquatic Center at the DOT site got off to a very rocky start. In the council action form discussing the reinvestment district proposal of December 8th, 2020, someone wrote, and I quote, "The likelihood of passing a bond issue for an indoor aquatic center in the near future is questionable at best." That statement was pure opinion and should have been examined and questioned. There was no, as I understand it, there was no formal review of why the Healthy Life Center failed, and no pertinent questions about an indoor aquatic center have been asked in our citizen satisfaction survey. I believe one word summarizes your approach to an aquatic center: bumbling. Please don't take away O'Neill Park. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I wanted to go to the Parks and Rec Commission thing and to talk some about some of the things there as opposed to the city council. I think maybe that some of the things should be deferred until something like that happens.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else?
W. Lee, 214 South Maple Avenue. I apologize. A few of these comments will probably repeat things that have already been said, but okay. For many years, I've spent my time encouraging my neighbors to engage with city government. I've worked to provide neutral background information, to encourage participation in city meetings, and to put a face on government by asking elected representatives and city staff to join us at our neighborhood picnic. After years of encouraging participation, this is what the governing process feels like at this moment. The pursuit of a return of our tax dollars through a state program has resulted in the discovery that one state agency, the Iowa Department of Transportation, ironically, an Oak to Riverside neighbor and funded by our tax dollars, responds with a bureaucratic wall for a project that is for community good. A state program seemingly devoted to revitalizing community areas, suggested by the title Reinvestment District, could result in elimination of a city park in an established residential area. I recognize that you feel that you've been working on this reinvestment district application for a long time. However, as it's been noted tonight, if you look at it through the eyes of neighbors and really should be through all the eyes of all community residents, this has happened really fast. Many of us in the neighborhood are still in shock. We never imagined this scenario. We thought that the park was protected by the O'Neill family agreement when they donated the land to the city. So a very short amount of time has passed since we learned the news that O'Neill Park might be under consideration. Right now, the governmental process feels more like a tsunami wave than a participatory process. I recognize that we all have a goal of providing an indoor aquatic center for our community. If the O'Neill Park site had been identified through the normal Ames search and review process, I'd like to believe that I would at least be grudgingly accepting. But that's not what's happening here. The O'Neill Park site is on the table only to meet the constraints of the Reinvestment District program. I'm heartbroken that the path to an indoor aquatic center has taken this turn. This is not the right land use for O'Neill Park. Infill should be about repurposing developed sites, not about paving over the green spaces that remain. These are not the right circumstances for this decision. I urge you to take a step back and give consideration to other paths to achieve the goal of providing an indoor aquatic center for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Ellen Graham. I live at 217 South Hazel Avenue. So I am one block from O'Neill Park. I've lived in Ames most of my life. I chose to return to Ames after moving away for a little bit to raise my family. And we bought our house on South Hazel about 12 years ago. At the time I had an infant, now I have a teenager. And I have spent a lot of time with my children in O'Neill Park. I want to echo everything that's been said tonight about the importance of green space. This feels like a very convenient and easy response to a difficulty that you're having. And I would challenge you as our representatives to not take the easiest and most convenient way and consider really the implications and the cost of putting this aquatic center at O'Neill Park, because there are costs that are not monetary. One thing that we haven't talked a lot about tonight is the importance of parks in community building. So I'm going to be a little bit selfish and talk about my neighborhood. I attended the Zoom meeting, which thank you, Keith, you did a great job of running that. I didn't speak, but as I was listening to my neighbors speak, I had a couple of thoughts. And one was, I have awesome neighbors. And two, most of them, almost all of them, I met and got to know at O'Neill Park. When that notice was on our door, my 9-year-old son found it and came in tears. This is a kid who loves swimming. And he was like, Mom, they're going to take our park. We are a neighborhood that is not wealthy. We're centrally located. And I have felt that we often get overlooked. So like when we did the whole school thing, it was our kids that got moved around to different schools. And I have a really, really hard time believing that if this park were located in a wealthier neighborhood, that we would be even having this discussion. So even we were talking about Brookside, some of the comments were, the con is, these are single family homes, and they would have to look at the wall of the Aquatic Center. If you built it in O'Neill Park, it would dwarf the houses around it. Okay. And so I think that there is some inequities that are coming up in these discussions in maybe not as obvious ways as you might be thinking about. So I just encourage you to really think about everything that's been said tonight. Don't make this a hasty decision. That park is valuable to our neighborhood. It's valuable to the neighborhoods around us that don't have a park, and we use it, and it's valuable to us. I want an aquatic center, an indoor aquatic center. I've wanted one for a long time, but I think you need to come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie DeLay, and I live at 129 South Russell Avenue, and I'll try to keep it short. Many of my arguments are similar to those of my neighbors. I am from the O'Neill neighborhood, and when I first heard about the Aquatic Center being in the DOT location, I was thrilled because that is close to our neighborhood, and I think an aquatic center will be wonderful. And then when we heard suddenly that that was no longer the place, that now it looked increasingly like it was going to be in O'Neill Park instead, that was a whole different thing, because you weren't adding something to the neighborhood anymore. Before, it was something that I think would have benefited our neighborhood, it would have benefited the city, it would have benefited everyone in the original location. Now, however, you see something being taken away from our neighborhood. It's something that cannot be replaced for many of the reasons that have already been mentioned tonight. I don't think it's a good idea to take out green spaces, to pave them, when you have other options. It seems almost like valuing parking lots, the city hall parking lot, or the parking lots over in the original DOT site over a park, which just doesn't make sense to me. Why wouldn't you prefer? Anyway, we've already talked about that. So that is one of the things. So I think for me, the thing I wanted to add was just, I think the original site is being dismissed too quickly. I think, yes, there are problems with that site. It will have to have mitigation. The things will have to be done to make it appropriate. But as we saw in the DNR report, it is still an appropriate site. It is still a site that will work. So things need to be done, yes. But can we do them? Yes, they can be done. And will something eventually be built in that area? Yes. And will that have to be done by somebody? Yes. And actually, if you're thinking about that area, what would you rather have there? Is there something else that you're thinking that, oh, that would be a better place for, I don't know what else, than an aquatic center? But it just seems to me like that is a very good location for an aquatic center. And you've already done a lot of the preparation for that spot. So I would urge you not to give up on that too quickly. I think it may be worth looking at and remembering that just because you have free land, in terms of financial things, it isn't really without a cost. Taking away a park from a neighborhood has a very high cost. So I would urge you, I guess in particular, to look closely at your original site and seriously consider making that work. And if not, City Hall does have a parking lot. It is very centrally located. It is also a very good location, I think, in terms of access and many other things. So I urge you to consider other locations. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
My name's Bambi Yost. I live at 212 South Hazel Avenue. I don't really. Sorry?
You don't have a card, which is fine.
I don't have a card. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Your
I
name
don't even
again?
have a
Sorry.
pen.
Your
Excuse
name-
me? Bambi, like Walt Disney's deer, Bambi. Last name Yost, Yost.
Thank you.
But I'm at 212 South Hazel. And O'Neill Park is not a place that I frequent. However, I'm in agreement with everybody else in the room that we need to preserve green space. I teach landscape architecture. It's kind of my baby. But I'd like to propose a site that has not been discussed, which is an opportunity potentially for Hy-Vee off of Clark and Main Street, which is an underutilized building currently, and for you to consider the option of a mixed use. There are a few doctors' facilities currently renting in that space, but it has parking. It has synergy in terms of being downtown. It fits the district's, urban renewal area. It doesn't compete with new development that's being proposed for the increased housing and the hotel and all the other stuff. But then after that, I would also like to suggest, again, 122 Oak Street, because quite frankly, if it is a site that needs to be remediated, we should really be doing something about it. That's it.
Could you repeat which site?
Yeah, the Hy-Vee building that's not being rented currently. It used to be the Hy-Vee pharmacy. Off of
okay.
Clark and Main.
The depot site.
Yep.
Yeah, the depot site. Because at least that site, it has really good proximity to downtown. It would activate that site in a different way throughout different hours of the day. And I think that it could be something that's very accessible. It's not too far from here. I'm also a fan of doing this off the back side of the building, but quite frankly, if you do that, shrink the footprint. Don't just turn this into 2 high-rises side by side, because I think that's a waste of money. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello there. My name is Stephen Bond. I live at 2555 Eisenhower Avenue in Ames, Iowa. I've been a resident here in the city of Ames for 33 years. I'm here tonight to show my support for low-income housing.
Oh, Stephen, that will be our.
We're not there yet.
Yeah. Yes, we're not there yet.
Sit down, be quiet, and wait my turn.
No. We have the item 25. We're still on item 23.
Say that again.
We're on item 23. That's item 25. So
okay,
I will call. I have your card, and
You
I
have
will.
my card.
I will call you up when that.
Okay, sorry
Thank
about
you.
this. Sorry about mix up.
No, that's quite all right. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public input. There was a question raised by Merlin. I said we get to it. So the question was, why is the walking track not something which is an option at the DOT site, but might be an option or could be an option at the O'Neill Park site?
It is a matter of finances. With right now, with the estimates that we have for the DOT site, with purchasing the property and the estimates that we have for construction, there would not be enough money to do the walking track and the multi-purpose space. If we move to O'Neill Park and we did not put the $2.9 million into purchasing of the property, and all the figures were the same, we would have enough money to add the multi-purpose space and the walking track.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know that I speak on behalf of council. Thank you for everybody who came tonight and offered input. We have gotten a lot of emails also, and I know that council and we all read all of them and take them in consideration. And there's been an awful lot shared. Keith and Brian shared a lot of public comment. And it's my recommendation to council to take all this under advisement. And we are down one council member tonight also. In fact, we have a couple of council meetings where we may be short of council members. So if council is amenable, I would recommend we take this under advisement. And I would like to make sure that people know how they can find out when a decision will be made so they can come if they want to the meeting. We are committed to transparency. We're not going to sneak around, but I think this got a lot of information, council has a lot of information to digest, and appreciate the perspective people that shared tonight. So may I suggest that we have something on, can we do a splash page on the website or something when it's going to be, or a banner or something, in some way that people can go to the website and find out when the will be on the agenda? Obviously, it's the next council meeting will be just August 8th, I believe.
9th.
9th.
Yeah,
9th.
August 9th. Yeah, so one thing that, and I think to go back to what Tim had mentioned earlier, I think we can do a number of things. We have multiple Facebook pages. We have the website. We also, with what Tim had asked about, with the, we have about, I'd say like 8,000 email addresses in our system. We could send something out that captures a lot of people. So I think there's multiple avenues, and I'm thinking what we could do is even put something on, send that out this week yet with the information, maybe from the last two council meetings. So they have the information regarding the contamination. They have the information from tonight. We can provide links to that information, and then also share, that this will be brought up again on April 9th, and how they can submit comments with that. So I think we can do that a number of ways.
And so if people who are here or watching on TV want to get signed up on your email list, how can they do that if they're not on that list right now?
Yeah, I think the easiest with the list that we have, I don't want to get into a lot, but it's you create a household, and because you're doing a reservation or you're registering for a class. What I would do is, if they send me an email that want this information, what they can do is send an email to keith.abraham@cityofames.org, and then we'll add them to the list. Okay. Which we already have a list of people that have sent me their emails to get this information.
Okay.
Mayor, could I ask one more question since I wasn't here at the last meeting? Given our concern about the contamination at the DOT site, is there any reason to believe, given what we've learned from our consultants and the DNR, that we could not successfully remediate the contamination? Cost aside, can we remediate it and make it a safe site or not?
Well, so there are a number of things that we can do. And like you said, cost aside, the thing is, you're never going to get rid of all the contamination, because even if you went in and dug everything out of the site, the source site is still there, to the north, and contamination can continually leach into the site. I don't know if we can give a guarantee that we can remediate everything, and that there isn't going to be some risk at some point. I don't think we can give that guarantee, and I wouldn't give that guarantee. And I think we asked the DNR and Impact 7G, and they were reluctant to give that guarantee as well. Can you minimize it? Can you minimize the contamination? Can you minimize the potential risk? Probably, with doing all these things. And like one individual mentioned, DNR in their report said with putting the building on the south end of the site is probably the best location to put it. But it doesn't come with all those other risks that we talked about, potential risks.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, I wanted to address a couple comments that were made with respect to the process that our staff and council have gone through. I appreciate the fact that this seems fast for the neighborhood, but that does not in any way mean that our staff have shortchanged the due diligence process. To characterize the work of the staff as bumbling or rushed could not be farther from the truth. I could not be prouder of our staff than I am in terms of how they've responded to a number of curveballs that have been thrown at us. The two people in front of us here tonight have done absolutely yeoman's work. So no matter how we play this thing out, I just want to make sure that that's clear to the community. From my vantage point as well, we have to build a pool. It's just a non-negotiable. If we don't build the pool on the O'Neill site, then we forego another important amenity for the community, a walking track. So if we're going to say no to the O'Neill site, then I don't know what we're going to do in terms of at some point. Maybe someday we'll find another council in the future will have an opportunity to build a walking track, but it probably won't be this council and it won't be anywhere soon. So it's not just about locating the pool, it's locating this walking track, which I think is also a very important issue. And a lot has been said tonight about green space, and certainly everybody would agree that if we had all things equal, we wouldn't forego any green space. But ultimately, what we have to do around this council is we have to balance various needs and wants in the community. And so it's unfortunate there weren't families of young children who are desperate to get an indoor pool built as quickly as possible. 49 to 50,000 visits per year is an amazing amount of usage. And I frankly think that when you see the plan, if that plan were to develop, the number would be far higher, because what we're proposing are amenities that never existed in the existing municipal pool. So a lazy river for therapy, the kind of zero level entry for young children. These things never existed in a prior pool. And so these are all things that I believe that the community needs to weigh in on. And I guarantee you, when the full community understands what's at stake here, I think there'll be very robust support for this pool and at the O'Neill location. Is it perfect? No. But we don't have that luxury of having perfect. We have to make decisions based on the weighing of these various factors. So we'll look forward to, Mayor, just to clarify, will there be an opportunity for further input in another meeting?
Probably not.
Well, how will people who weren't even aware of tonight's meeting have an opportunity? Was it be just limited to email?
You caught me off guard.
That's okay. I'm not trying to catch off guard.
I'm not going to commit one way or the other tonight.
Okay.
The purpose of tonight was to get feedback on whether or not, I'm particularly on the staff report, which identified O'Neill.
So, I mean, at the very least, people are able to email. We've received, I don't know, probably 15 or so emails in support. It's unfortunate they weren't here to speak tonight, but probably 15 very strong supporters of the O'Neill site from people who live in the neighborhood around O'Neill.
I would say this, that we would not, anyone who gave comment tonight would not be allowed to give comment again, because it's the same topic essentially.
Right.
But,
So, and I wasn't trying to put you on the spot for that. I was just trying to figure out if there were opportunities for future public input.
I'm just going to add to what Tim said. I wish everyone could understand how much work staff has put into doing the due diligence. And I would just refer anyone who's interested into the staff report from 2 weeks ago. It's item number 25, and I believe it's extremely extensive. I think someone made that comment about, buying a house and doing due diligence. This is exactly what staff has done. And it takes a lot of time. And I think you had consultants go back 2 or 3 times. It's taken months and months and months. And the notebooks I've seen with hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation. Why are we doing it? To protect the interests of our community. And so consequently, this is a very serious decision. You want to make sure that the public is best represented. So I ask you think the best of staff. They are working extremely hard, and I think it is really unreasonable, unfair to criticize them or thinking they're not doing their job, because they are really doing their job. And so from my personal standpoint, I just thank them for what they're doing. It's a very hard decision, and they're actually following the lead of council. Council's a policymaker. And so we've asked for the information, and they're doing it. And also council listens to the public as well too. And so we're trying to balance a lot of different things. So anyway, Ryan, Keith, thank you for what you're doing. I know others have done a lot of work on it as well too. And they've done a lot of work with the DOT. And we also still are waiting to hear from the redevelopment district, because that may affect it too. And that's taken a long time also too. So we've taken your comments seriously. We don't take them as being overly critical, but we just want you to know there's really a lot of work that's been done. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and we'll draw this item to a close. We'll move on to item number 24 after we take a short break. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back in session and move on to item number 24, staff report on non-compliant front yard parking and driveways. I'll introduce Kelly to take it over.
Ready.
Sorry. All right. Good evening. So you have staff here from the fire department and from planning and housing. We have the issue with driveways and front yard parking, kind of touches on multiple departments here. So we're trying to represent public works, planning, inspections all together. We're working in a little bit different manner to try to pull that together better for the city. But tonight we're really focused on potential changes to how the parking standards are written in the zoning ordinance. The PowerPoint we have here is really to give you visual aids for the options that are presented in the staff report. So at the beginning of the staff report, we talk about why we're here. We talk about how an enforcement action kind of generated this conversation internally, and then to look at how this had been permitted across the city. The basic background is the city's had front yard parking and paving standards for almost 40 years, pretty much in a similar manner to how they are worded today. The graphic that you see here is kind of the key thing for most city staff. This is what we all think of when we think of where front yard parking is prohibited. The basic understanding is that you can only park on a driveway, or have a driveway, I should say, if it leads to a parking space that's in a garage or in a side or rear yard. So those white areas, those are sides and rear yards where driveways are allowed. Where you see the cross hatching, those are all things defined as front yards where extra paving is not permitted. So within those rules, there's some nuances to them, but for the most part, it's a pretty straightforward intent. No parking in a front yard is really the message that city staff delivers to most people, and then explain how a driveway needs to be configured to meet our standards. When you're looking at how do you pave a driveway in the city, this is where I think we've described in the staff report a little bit of a stumbling block for us in the way that it's divided up. Public Works looks at how you create a new curb cut, and that's in the right of way. So that's in the public area of the street. Public Works doesn't look at private improvements and how those are done on private property. The zoning ordinance cares about private property and how things are done on private property. So within that, we have the term zoning enforcement officer, and that's an assigned position. And that position is meant to have, you can see here, in italics, written authorization is the way the code is written it. And I think if you look in our council action for, I'm sorry, in our staff report, we talk about it's not truly viewed as a permit. It's supposed to be authorization. And in reality, I think it's very rarely requested in advance. New constructions may be a little bit different because we're viewing permits, but it hasn't worked well for us as a permitting philosophy because it doesn't really come across as being a permit, even though it's called written authorization. So that's kind of our quick background. Is there any questions just about the general understanding of the intent of front yard parking before we get into the 5 examples that are described in the staff report? Okay. So the rest of the PowerPoint is really to talk about the 6 process improvements and then to explain a little bit, to be able to talk through the details of the 5 non-conforming driveway types. So the first thing that Fire and Public Works and Planning and Housing have talked about is to really adjust the permit process to make it more of a one-stop shop approach. So we have done that internally. We now have a driveway permit that we call a driveway and access permit, and that requires both Public Works and the Planning Division now to sign off on that. So that's a change in how we had been doing it through inspections and Public Works. So this means that we're looking on both sides of the driveway, both in the right of way and on the private property, to make sure it meets city standards on both sides of the sidewalk, essentially. What we're asking for is direction to initiate an ordinance that really codifies this process, adjusts the way we're doing it now, but codifies to match what we're doing. And with that, we're asking, should inspections of the driveway paving be required? This is something that's new. Public Works looks at driveway paving in the right of way in some cases, not all, but we have never inspected driveways on private property. So that's something we're asking for direction from council on, and then how or should the fee be increased to cover these inspections. So that's, staff is recommending to do this. It would be the best way for us to ensure the driveways meet code after we've issued a permit, but it is a new step and a new cost that isn't currently out there in the world right now. In terms of code changes, there's a significant number of changes in terms of properties across the city that we could affect. The intent of front yard parking, we believe that's the intent of the city, is to still manage front yard parking. I don't think we're trying to walk away from how driveways are done and where front yard parking is done. We're looking at, does this really still meet the intent of the convenience of a property owner? Are we addressing the design issues that probably were the impetus behind this in the first place? Is it too restrictive overall to reach all of our city goals? So that's where we're going to walk through each of these. Staff is recommending in many cases that we do loosen up the standards, which would allow for additional parking in the front yard. In many cases, even if it does not lead to a garage or a side or rear yard. And that's where these different classifications come into play. So these are in the same, I hope they're still in the same order as we had them in the report. Okay, so these should be in the same order as you've read them in the staff report. The largest non-conforming situation that was identified was the idea of this extra pad of parking. We called it flared side parking because for the most part, there's a taper that takes off of the main driveway and creates a parking pad. Very common to see this. Especially with new construction, you'll see it leading to a second or third garage door. But in this case, we have 250 properties that were identified where it doesn't lead to anything. It is a functional parking space, but it doesn't lead as a driveway to any compliant parking space. To be compliant, you can see that outline with the red lines up here. I hope on the screen. Oops. This is trying to show you that this tapered paving would be legal if they had paved another 19 feet of paving behind the front of the house. So the only issue here isn't that there's a tapered pad in the front yard, it's the issue that there's no additional paving in the side yard. So staff is recommending, from an aesthetics perspective, we were allowing this. Do we really need to have that extra paving in the side to justify having this flared element off to the side property line? We're in favor of allowing for this to exist without the extra paving to the side yard. So that's our first recommendation for making a change. And that would be a substantial number of the non-conforming properties. 250-ish out of 450 would then be considered compliant parking. And Mayor, do you want me to walk through all of these or do you want to take questions on each type?
Let's go ahead and just do one at a time, just that way you got five different items, so it'd be easier to go ahead and keep them short. Any questions on this item?
I have a question, and I will ask it now rather than asking it on every one of these, because it's the same question. You mentioned the aesthetics perspective of this, but I'm wondering how much discussion occurred around the fact that given our climate action goals, we should be trying to discourage car ownership and discourage the paving of permeable surfaces. So it seems like this works counter to those climate action goals by encouraging paving and encouraging people to just pave the lawn so you can have another car. Did that come up in discussions? I saw aesthetics mentioned a lot.
Yeah, I think that's two separate questions. So the idea of discouraging car ownership did not come up. That's not something that we have a policy or anything that
Right.
staff has been directed to pursue. So that would not have been in our thought process of how do we make it harder to park a vehicle, maybe leading someone to choose not to buy an additional vehicle. That was not part of it. The second part absolutely was discussed. And this is the best example right here. Under current code, completely compliant if you build another 180 square feet of paved area. If we change the code, we're going to save that 180 square feet of paving. So we thought that absent the additional car side of the question, less paving would be expected if you allowed for this option 1 to be approved. It would save the additional depth or space of parking a vehicle beyond the front of the house. Now, the flip side, I guess, is what you're arguing is that, well, if I couldn't have done that anyways, which is really number 2 in the next one, then yes, you are adding maybe a little more paving in the front yard to allow for that space. But in this situation, which was the bulk of our nonconformities, it would be less paving compared to our current standards.
And maybe you don't have an answer for this, but maybe Sarah knows the answer. How does this additional parking dovetail with our current rental housing code and the need to be able to park a certain number of vehicles?
It really doesn't, because the rental code requires 2 off-street parking spaces per unit, same as a new single-family dwelling. So it's really the same. I would say that on a rental property, if they did want to get more vehicles off the street and they had the ability to add that, they could technically add that taper and the extra space if they wanted, but we would not require that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Okay, so number 2 is very similar to number 1. It's this, that the property owners in number 2 have no ability of adding that extra paving in the side yard to become compliant. So in this case, you had 56 people that would have this situation where they could fit an extra car between their driveway and the side property line, but they have no space to do so actually behind the front of the house. So this would be creating more convenience for a property owner. Technically, though, it would probably be more paving than currently allowed, because otherwise it wouldn't be allowed, as it doesn't lead to anything. So this is kind of, we think we're keeping in step with option 1. We're trying to treat basically this equal situations here. If you have room to the side of your driveway towards a side property line, we want to emphasize this is all intended to support side yard paving, not in front of your house, literally. We thought this was keeping a sense of equality between situation 1 and 2 about like-to-like situations. So is there any questions about this? This would be a change, because in our code, you're expected or allowed really to just have these 2 spaces in front of the garage, not create a third. So this would create some additional options for really 1 or 2 car garage situations that today would not necessarily be able to take advantage of that. Some 1-car garages do have a benefit of doing this, as we noted, but not necessarily.
Questions?
So the third option covers a couple of different situations. It's probably the one where you would want to be most diligent in thinking about what this change would mean. So as I mentioned in the last one, staff is intending for these allowances to be pushed to the side of a property, not to the middle of a property. Now, with option 3, we're talking about situations where someone may not have the ability to do that. So they might be already up against their side property line with their 1-car driveway or their 1-car garage, or maybe not have any parking whatsoever. Just have a driveway with no garage, no side yard parking. In this situation, what we're doing, again, we're trying to now accommodate at least 2 vehicles on a property in a side-by-side manner. This would create an allowance for everybody to have at least 20 feet of driveway width, regardless of garage size or garage situation. And the way we've talked about this is it's still supposed to be started from that side property line and work towards the middle of the house. It's not necessarily meant to be, I can just pave another 10 to 12 feet right in front of my house. Now, if that's the only way 20 feet can be accommodated, that would still be allowed. But it's not meant to be this, oh, it's easier for me to do that. I just don't want to do it on the side of my property. We would push you to the side of the property. That would be the intent. So this one is a significant change from how our current code is written. It's now saying 2 parking spaces is a priority of the city. We will give you an allowance or an exception to do that as a sense of convenience and to get off-street parking to be prevalent in an area instead of focused on on-street parking.
Kelly, could you speak to the prevalence of this kind of configuration, given the fact that I don't know how long it's been in Ames where we've had required setbacks on side yards. So are there very many properties that are configured like this?
I think that this particular paving pattern, there's not a lot that look like this, but you could see this happen as a result of the code change. I think in my mind, where you're going to see this happen is the properties have a 1-car garage. They have the standard 5-foot setback on their side property line. So they don't really have space to build another parking space to the side. So then they are going to need to build 8 to 10 feet into the front of the house, towards the middle of the house, I should say, to be able to have a 20-foot driveway. So it's going to be it's going to be the 1-car garage properties that are on a 5-foot minimum setback and really don't have the space to go side. They would go towards the middle.
Can you give us a sense of what parts of the community these properties are located?
Yeah, I mean, I can picture some along Duff. You're going to see this. I mean, really anything that's pre-1960 construction, it'd be
Right.
your patterns. You're most likely to see that. And we have a lot of 1960 construction that has 1-car garages too. It's not really until the late 60s and 70s that we saw pretty much 2-car garages. What I would want to say is we want to be careful here that if you have a detached garage that's in the rear of the home,
Yeah.
that we're not, again, incenting paving the front yard if you have other ways of meeting the parking requirements in the code. This is really meant to be, if you have no other way to do this, we'll accept 20 feet of paving in the front yard. If you have a detached garage in the back, you have an alley garage in the back, I'm not sure this was meant to be an extra incentive for you to get an extra curb cut or to have extra paving in the front yard. We'll have to see how that language gets written to make sure we're comfortable that that's accomplishing that.
Okay, that's very helpful. So one more question. So house doesn't have a garage, and they'd like to take advantage of this if we go forward with this. In addition, they would still have to get a curb cut, right?
Yes.
So it's this plus curb cut. So you could have a situation where a property would benefit from this, but because there are constraints with respect to curb cuts, it might not work. Is that true?
I think talking with Damien many times in the last few months, everyone will be able to, if they have no curb cut, should be able to get a curb cut, no matter what.
I would say there are very, very few houses. I can think of maybe 2 or 3 houses that currently don't have any curb cut.
Okay.
They might have alley access, but not a curb cut from the street. But there's very few that have 0 off-street parking.
So, okay, that's helpful. So if they had an alley access, but no front yard curb cut, again, could you clarify how will this change impact them?
We'll have to bring that language to you to make sure that would be good direction from council is if you have alley parking, are you going to allow for a front driveway curb cut for the sole purpose of putting a paved parking space in front of a house that doesn't lead to anything? So you have a few of those, maybe you call them carriage spaces in Old Town.
Right. I lived in one.
So there's a few of those in Old Town where people just have a random, I'll call them random, just parking pad in front of their home that's not really part of their driveway, or they really have a very narrow driveway that goes to the back and their main garage is really off the alley in the back. There's a few of those extra carriage type spaces in Old Town. And I think that's I guess that's not necessarily what we were trying to accomplish, was that people could build 20 feet of 2 parking spaces side by side in their front yard if they really had already compliant parking somewhere else on the property.
I think that gets into type 5 a little bit when we get there.
It could. Depends on how you look at the alley parking.
I feel like these kind of things are really causing us to try to anticipate the law of unintended consequences. And so I appreciate your helping us think through these different scenarios. Thanks for fielding those.
So this one, again, this is probably the biggest change, and there's probably nuances to it that we need to work through when you see actual code language if you go ahead with this. But definitely let's keep track on this one on where we head out. So corner lots are another place that gets a little tricky for our front yard parking situation. So corner lots typically are considered to have 2 front yards. So if you go look at that diagram we had at the beginning, you're not allowed to have parking in those front yards. On a corner, that means both of your fronts prohibited parking unless it leads to a garage or the side or rear yard. So this is an example where if this was an interior lot, the way they constructed their paving on the side of the house, it would be legal. But because it's a corner lot, that strip of paving on the right side of the house is in the front yard and it doesn't lead to any allowed parking. So that's not permissible in the code. We're proposing that, again, due to compatibility kind of in the neighborhood, to keep our current prohibition on that front yard parking on corner lots. So no new paving would be permitted to match this situation, but we are saying let's create an exception for the existing front yard parking. And when we say create an exception, it's creating this allowance for this paving to exist and continue to exist. It's not a one-time enforcement prohibition. It's a standard that allows for properties in this condition to continue to maintain this condition. So that would be the way this is recommended to go forward. So no new paving in a side yard adjacent to a street, but allow for this exception for existing properties. Any questions about corner lots?
Kelly, do we know what the code said before it got changed in 2000? Was there some sort of place for people to park on a defined side?
So I think I want to list through kind of how I think it was written, exactly how it was applied. I'm not sure I'm going to know for sure. So we used to have front yards and the owner got to pick what was your front yard when you got a building permit. And then the other side would become a street side yard. It wasn't literally 2 fronts by terminology in the zoning code. And the definition of a front yard was also different pre-2000. Instead of the diagram where it kind of envelops or follows the whole front of the house and then stretches to a side property line, the way it was written in the older code was you just went to the closest point of the house out to the street. So when you were at an angle or you had other kinds of configurations of your home, you did not have as many prohibited parking areas as we currently have. So with that said, I'm not 100% sure how street side yard parking was looked at. There wasn't a statement that said it was prohibited, but I'm not sure it also wasn't captured in some version of front yard prohibition at the same time. It's not directly called out that way, so I couldn't quite answer that one tonight.
It just seemed odd to me that we were recommending expansion of opportunities for parking everywhere except on these lots. And I thought there was that older version that allowed for the choice of which would be front and which would be side. But
It did, but I don't know that it lets you pave the full side yard either. So my concern was in RL neighborhoods, so bulk of the older neighborhoods, pre-2000 neighborhoods, the street side setback is 15 feet. So many houses are set right at that minimum setback. It's normally how people look at it. If you pave 9 or 10 feet for that car, now you're within 5 feet of the sidewalk. So is that something that we really wanted to allow, was to have that length of a parallel parked space all up and down a sidewalk? My opinion was we weren't trying to promote that aesthetic. Basically, that isn't exactly the most compatible looking street environment for what I think most of Ames looks like. So we said, let's not change that. Newer parts of Ames and FSRL, it's a little, again, we changed terminology in 2000, and we have 2 fronts, and it's 25 feet for each of them. So a corner lot in a 2000 neighborhood has way more space than an older neighborhood lot. But again, we were trying to treat them the same, say that all corner lots in the city would have the same standard, rather than look at FSRL differently than RL. And then the final one here is quite a few different configurations across the city, but we kind of described it as looped or double driveways. 2 completely different examples here. So the one with the cul-de-sac, someone chose to make this divided driveway, broaden it out, kind of make it a loop. The access on the right, you could argue, isn't really allowed parking because it isn't leading to a garage, it's leading to a front door. Not clear in the code exactly how directly you have to access your garage. So this kind of became a gray issue as staff started to look at this more. It sure doesn't meet the intent of how the code was written, but it may or may not actually be precluded by the code. Now, the one on the right side, that is clearly not allowable parking. This is from a neighborhood in the 70s, maybe 80s. So it was... So let's say it was the early 80s, and the standard was just that you couldn't park on grass. You had to park on a paved area before we added language about leading on a driveway that leads to a garage. That would be a legal driveway at that point. So having that extra driveway parking in the front, not a common thing to see in the city. It's nowhere near the garage. It's really, once you allow for that to exist, it's very hard for staff to say front yard parking isn't permitted. It's on a driveway, but how much of your front yard can you pave now with a driveway that leads to nothing? So we're recommending not to allow the double or loop driveways that don't lead to parking. So the one on the right, we would say, is precluded. We would say looped or double driveways could be permitted, but only essentially on lots that have a lot of frontage. So we're proposing 150 feet of lot frontage and then a 75-foot separation standard between those driveways to allow for a double driveway. So that would mean a corner lot is highly likely to have at least 150 feet of frontage. So having a driveway on one street and a driveway on the other street, and they're connected, that would likely meet that standard. But if you're just a regular interior lot, having a 150-foot wide lot, that's a very rare lot size in Ames, especially in new subdivisions. So you would not see very many double driveways across the city with this kind of a separation standard. And then it would absolutely preclude the type on the right that doesn't lead to any parking.
Because what?
The one on the right would be precluded because it leads to no parking whatsoever.
Wouldn't it be prohibited based on your corner lot requirement, the one you showed before?
Under our current standards, that the one on the right would just be prohibited because it doesn't lead to any parking.
No, but isn't that in the front yard?
It is in the front yard.
So you're going to allow it in the front yard on a corner lot? Is that a corner lot if it leads to the loop driveway that leads to the side? So you're saying?
You following him?
Doesn't it contradict the other one?
Yes.
What's contradicting?
Yeah, so he's saying it's a corner lot. So based on us not changing the corner lot standards, that would not be allowed to happen today on the corner lot.
Correct. So that it's the same.
You said it'd be allowed, but with separation, it won't matter. It won't be allowed. It's a corner lot. Based on the last category, right?
The example on the right would not be allowed under current code, nor under any proposed changes. Not allowed.
No, but if you have the separation, when you want to make it to, if you really had the separation and the 150, wouldn't that still be illegal under the corner lot?
It would still be illegal because the parking will still need to lead to something. It can't just be a parking lot in the front yard.
if the access on the bottom side went straight back, then it would be legal. And it would be 2 curb cuts on one property leading to the backyard.
So if we put this in place, would there ever be a possibility for a variance? And I'm trying to think of an example. I think there's a property in Grantham, it's where it is, that it's in situations where the way the property is configured, it's very difficult for people to turn around on the property, so that it ends up they having to back up on a very busy street. So we have some safety concerns there. And so conceptually, it seems like there might be a scenario where you would want to have some kind of loop for safety purposes. Would there be an opportunity for someone to apply for a variance if we put this in place?
There's already an exception for that.
Yeah, two answers. On certain high-speed streets, the code does specify there's an exception to allow you to put in a turnaround, essentially to have a 3-point turn on your property so you can head out onto the street. There's a very few streets that allow that, but it's very busy streets that is allowed now by standard. So we would, with any update, we would keep that allowance and we would put some dimensions with it so it's clear what that means. I don't think a variance will ever be granted for parking configuration, because you won't ever be able to make a finding that you have no financial use of your property without the convenience of a turnaround or the convenience of having an extra parking space in your front yard. So that the variance threshold is just so high, because we've had a few people ask, let's say over the last 5 years, we've probably had 3 or at least 3, probably 4 or 5 variance requests for different versions of front yard parking. And the only one that I remember being granted was on a corner lot because the code had changed and they had built their house in one configuration and we switched how setbacks works. There was really no way to build a compliant garage and parking on the property. So that made some sense because there's no physical way to do it. It wasn't just for convenience. Anytime it's just a dimensional or a configuration issue, you won't make the bar of a variance.
But I'm encouraged there is at least some thought that for streets that are busier, you'd want to have
Yes.
some kind of safety.
Yep. Absolutely want to keep that.
Okay.
We just didn't touch on that because it wasn't something we were proposing to change tonight.
Yeah, no, it's helpful. Thanks.
So that's the end of the summary in the terms of the 5 non-conforming types. So we're really here again to get direction on moving ahead with ordinance changes. You're not taking that action tonight, but we have a number of options outlined in the staff report.
And we have our recommendations laid out for you too.
Yep.
Kelly, I have asked this question sort of regularly. Have you looked into peer communities in terms of how they handle these matters? Or is this sort of consistent or not consistent?
I think for the most part, people have some version of trying to manage front yard parking. I think how you go about it varies greatly. So Cedar Falls had some pretty defined standards about how the tapers work and where they're allowed and how setbacks for parking work. Well, we don't even apply setbacks to parking. So just their level of regulations was just a different philosophy than ours overall, but trying to manage all the same issues. Des Moines looks at it more as they're the ones that I used as the model to allow for the 20-foot driveway. So they try to limit the amount of paving in the front yard, but then they have the exception that says in any event, everyone's still allowed at least 20 feet. So they're prioritizing those 2 parking spaces, even if that means a certain percentage of the lot's covered or the width of the lot would normally not allow that much paving. They're prioritizing 2 spaces. And then I think in the newer suburban communities, it's kind of more like how we are, just kind of generally trying to manage it, but you're not trying to be restrictive about how much of a front yard because they're wider lots and there's just more space in newer neighborhoods to do things. So it doesn't come up as much. So I'd say not all, but most have some version of front yard parking. Depending on the issues of your community, you attack it from whatever is your priority. So Cedar Falls was different than Des Moines. Waukees different than how Des Moines looks at it because they just have different kind of built environments.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. And then finally, we haven't heard from, at least I haven't heard from any contractors on this. I would assume that contractors would be happy with this because in some ways we're liberalizing things a little bit. So is that a fair assumption?
I I don't know. I think that the permitting process just in itself will be different for the contractors. It'll be a learning curve for them.
So on that piece, yes, I
Mhm.
agree with you.
The front yard parking piece, I'm not sure many actually knew what the standards were to begin with, or that, any of these situations were incorrect in their minds.
Yeah.
So it'll all be learning for them and figuring out what we can do. I don't know that they'll be upset or not upset. It'll really be homeowners, right, that are trying to add parking. So
Yep, thanks.
Have
Yeah,
you gotten, sorry,
go
have
ahead.
you gotten complaints about the current nonconformities from neighborhoods?
we have not. We do not normally receive complaints as long as people are parked on an approved surface. When they start parking on the grass or tearing up the yard, then we'll receive parking complaints, but not for general driveways.
Any other questions? Staff did a nice job of summarizing their staff recommendations on page 16 and 17 in order to expedite any motions or direction you want to give staff. I just asked if you would look at that and see if there's things there that we can take and include in the motion.
Before you do that, I want to clarify, how about the alley one that we just talked about? We need to give some recommendation on that. If you have access to the alley, whether you want to give a curb cut in the front, remember? We didn't really speak to that in our recommendation.
Yeah, so
did we?
that kind of got thrown into the type 3 situations, which were that was kind of a catch-all of many situations. So I think the question, as we talked about it, would be, do we want an allowance for up to 20 feet of parking in a front yard of a home that already has compliant rear yard parking, I guess would be the best way to say that.
Yeah,
Because I was also saying the detached garages in the back.
Yeah, I like to have some direction. I hate to bring back two ordinances, so is there a preference? Leave it out? Allow it? Do you understand what he's saying?
You do. I mean, it seems like if a property already has access, I feel less of a compulsion to add additional parking. So I'm curious if anyone else has any other thoughts on this. Sometimes those rear access, the garage is not usable. They're old garages. They're too small. So I feel the weight of that a little bit, but I guess if they've already has access in the rear, I'm not sure what we're doing by adding additional in front.
Generally speaking, I am not in favor of us liberalizing the paving of grass. But I think Kelly's argument that, right now people could pave even more on
Right.
some of these
Right.
is compelling. But going back to that feeling that I don't think we should be paving on grass, if people already have parking accessible from the alley, I don't think we should be encouraging the paving of anything in front of the house.
All right, let's get some motions on the table.
Do you need,
Yeah, we have a staff recommendation for all five, right?
It was actually 6
Plus six, plus the permitting system.
right, I was wondering.
And now the alley is
Split.
and then the alley would be the seventh one.
So
What if
taking
you-
it all as a package, or we
If you want to
split
vote on them
out?
separately, if there's disagreement, or you can agree to all of them as a package.
Well, how about a motion regarding just items 1 through 6 as
Yep.
presented by staff, and then you can pick up the alley as a separate one. And then if that doesn't pass, then you can pull them out separately.
So requiring an inspection on this isn't something we've done before, and
No.
the text amendment would be for an inspection by the city manager or their designee. How much time would that add to the process for someone needing to get an inspection before doing the work?
So we're hoping to consider it the same as a footing foundation inspection, any other concrete work inspections that we have currently, and it's a 2-hour notice. So they could call in the morning and get an inspection that afternoon. They could call in the afternoon and get an inspection for the next morning. So it shouldn't change much. It's just a little more planning Now, if we go out, our hope is to inspect when it's framed up so we can catch issues before it gets poured. If we go out and find that something's not correct, then that would push off the concrete truck, and they may be a little bit upset about that. But I think that's kind of just what we do. I don't foresee many of these being incorrect. We just want to be able to help people and catch problems before it's too late and it's poured.
Yeah, it's a good question, Rachel. And Sarah, you told me earlier that a lot of these permits are done via handheld devices, their phones, or their iPads. They can do the
Yep.
application.
So they can submit these permits just like they could any other of our building permits. They can request inspections from their phone, email, call in. There's lots of different avenues for it.
Yeah, good question.
Would these inspections be a big burden on staff time? How many do you think we'll get per year for this sort of thing?
So primarily, we're thinking most of these will be new home construction, and we would lump it in with a final building inspection. So we already have an inspector out there. It would be completed at that time or around the same time. I would anticipate each inspection to get there, conduct the inspection, and be done would be about an extra half hour for the inspector.
I think the hardest, when we've talked about this, the hard part is we don't really get or require a permit to replace your driveway. So we intend to capture those with the permit now. So if my driveway already exists, but I want to tear it out and replace it because it's cracked, I'm going to now be expected to get a permit. So the new construction we have permit history on, it's these replacement driveways. I think you'd have to guess that it's 2 or 3 dozen a year. Across the city where you see new paving going in. It might not be new in terms of the footprint, but new to replace something else and maybe some new footprint. So the new houses, let's say it's 2 to 3 dozen other driveways as well would be my best guess tonight.
So for someone in that situation, it would go from $0 to $100 for the permit and minimal amount of lead time for that inspection, right?
Yeah.
And that includes the curb cut. Is that
So
separate
$100 covers both the public works charge,
Right.
which is $50 now, and adds a new $50 for the private property inspection component.
now? Okay.
Doesn't seem to me like $100 and a couple of hours is unreasonable to prevent 450 types of
Right.
front yard parking that we've had.
Right.
I think it seems like a reasonable
And
suggestion.
there's always a learning curve. I think after a few months, the people who are pouring concrete will sort of clue in on this. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move staff recommendations, paragraphs 1 through 6.
For a second,
Second.
any discussion? Part of that 1 through 6 also says setting a date by which non-compliant construction, may exist. If you want to,
So I think they all have that built into it. I think the default, absent any specific date in your mind, would be the adoption of a new ordinance.
right.
So I mean, maybe we're targeting October 1st of this year.
Okay. Right.
Something along those lines. We'll put an actual date in a draft ordinance, but absent anything else, it'll basically be upon adoption of that ordinance.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Is there a motion on the alley question?
So Kelly, could you help us to formulate a motion? I'll botch this up if I try it on my own.
I think it's specifically about option 3, I believe, or type 3. I would say direct staff. We're essentially trying not to allow for an exception if you already have compliant rear yard parking. So you want to direct staff to not allow for an exception of a type 3 nonconformity if there's already compliant required parking in the rear yard.
That's what I was going to say, just that
I think-
same thing. So I'd move that.
I had to think that out with you there, Tim.
Second.
All right, move second and any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Do we need to make a decision on the looped driveways that don't lead to anything too?
Kelly, question.
Say that again.
Do we need to make a decision on the loop driveways that don't lead to any parking?
I think in option, Will you, in 6, does it say that?
It's on, that's number 6.
Not that don't need any parking.
Yeah, so in the staff report, we are asking for direction from council on whether or not philosophically you agree with that. As we talked, our assumption is moving forward that would not be allowed, but if council has an appetite for it and thinks that that's something they want, we would have to come up with some sort of exception to allow that without opening a can of worms and allowing a whole bunch of other types of front yard parking.
So do we need a motion
Yeah.
that we don't want loops that don't lead to any parking?
Yes, can we make a
I would
motion?
move that.
Second.
Okay. Everyone say a motion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else? Got what you need, Kelly? Do you have what you need on this item?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you have everything you need.
You have what you need? Do you have what you?
Yes.
Yes, you're good to go.
Oh, do we have, I'm sorry.
It's 9:05 tonight. So.
Yeah.
I kept hearing need and I'm like, I don't need anything.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for staff and those in attendance information, we'll take item 25 next. And then I am going to move up item number 29 to follow after that, given the fact that we have people in the audience who have been waiting for over 3 hours to allow them to have their item taken care of. And then we'll go ahead and resume with item number 26 after that. So we'll go through item 25, 29, and then we'll go to 26. Good evening, Vanessa. Well, moving on to a resolution approving request for proposal for partner development for Lytec and Baker Division, subdivision.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And no, this is kind of a deja vu from a couple of years ago. As we've been communicating with Council over the last month, we've had some changes in the partnership that we were pursuing with Prairie Fire and Builders Development Group, to the point that staff felt that the partnership was changing completely from our original agreement to pursue Lytec housing out at the Baker subdivision. So with that, when Prairie Fire mentioned that, they understood if the city would go in a different direction, we thought, okay, that is the opportunity for us to step back and look at going back out for a new RFP for this development, and wanted to bring you some updates to the RFP that we're looking at issuing after your review and approval and comments. I'm just going to basically kind of start where we made some of the major highlight changes to the report. As you know, you approved us to use all of our home allocation, both from what we had in the bank and what we just will be receiving this year of $1.8 million. And with that, we also talked about with you pursuing a 4% Lytec credit application over the 9%, whereby the 4% is non-competitive, and we have an opportunity to apply for tax credit on a monthly basis, which hopefully we would get a notification quicker than going through the 9% round, which is a lot more competitive. And we didn't do that well in our last round. So with that, under Section 3, under minimum development on page 6 of the RFP, we looked at the minimum number of dwelling units to be 30 with a maximum of 50. And we kind of ended up with 30 with Prairie Fire. That was going to be their proposal amount of units at that time. And so we just went back to our original proposal that had a maximum of 50 units that could be built on that site. And then along with the original RFP, it will be a 30-year commitment to those units for affordability.
You put a minimum of 30.
Mm-hmm. It's in there.
The minimum of 30.
Minimum of 30 dwellings, a maximum of 50. Yes, sorry. Excuse me for that, if I confuse anyone. But it would stay the 30-year affordability period. Also, one of the things that we had been negotiating with Prairie Fire was to really carve out a set aside for our Section 8 voucher holders. As you know, we've been having issues with families being able to utilize those vouchers in our community. And so we're requiring a minimum of a 10% set aside of the units to be reserved specifically for Section 8 voucher holders, which we think is good. Under the 4% tax credit, different than the 9, the maximum income limits is 60% of our area median income. And under the 9%, you could go higher and do a mixture. So this whole project starts at 60%. And so this just goes a little bit lower by allowing some Section 8 voucher holders at 10% of the units. So also we talked about that, again, we would be entering into this under Section 4, developer minimum responsibilities, which is on 6 and 7 of your of the RFP, that along with the 4%, we would to participate in transferring the land, and we want more information about the start date of construction and contract language that was not originally in the RFP that we wanted to make clear when people submit an application. We want to know more information about their timeline about applying, and the project start date would be something we want to know in advance. And then we also put some timeframes in that once the agreement was completed with the city within 45 days of acceptance of a proposal, we would submit an application to Iowa Finance Authority on or about 60 days after that. Again, we want to be specific about, we want this to move along as quickly as possible. So we put in some specific time dates that hopefully would be attractive to an interested developer. And then under Section 5, financial incentives, again, we talked about adding the $1.8 million. And we kind of said offering up to 1.8 rather than saying 1.8. So then we have some possible negotiation room if we needed to about not exceeding the complete $1.8 million. And then under Section 6, competitive requirements, again, we added some additional bonus points if they were go beyond the 10% of the Section 8 voucher units as a bonus to get maybe more than 10%. Maybe we get 12% or 13% of whatever if they wanted to get those extra bonus points. And so we spent a lot of time going over this revised RFP with both legal, purchasing, public works, electric, and planning, and housing, of course. And so I also met with the College Creek Neighborhood Association in a Zoom call last night and talked with their neighborhood representatives today. And they are good with what we have proposed and support us proceeding with looking at a new RFP. Was somewhat disappointed that we have to start over, but that's just kind of where we are in the process right now. So also what you have that we're looking at as our time frame is that we're wanting to go out and start soliciting for RFPs on August 2nd and do a pre-proposal meeting to meet with any developers that would have questions. And then we would have the proposal deadline of September 13th. And then we would do interviews of what we need to and put back the evaluation committee that we had in the past. And then we would hope to bring that to City Council for their approval with the agreement on October 25th. And then from there, they would proceed with submitting an application to the Iowa Finance Authority. So that's kind of an overview of the RFP and the major highlights that we've added to this new request for proposals. And so be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
So Vanessa, is there the opportunity under the Section 6 with the scoring to add anything related to our climate action, like that they could get some additional points if they are taking into consideration anything related to sustainability, like the materials that they're using for building or reflective surfaces or different things, can we add some type of scoring in the same way that we're adding 3 bonus points if they are willing to take additional Section 8 housing vouchers?
Certainly, we can add a section there for bonus points for solar or energy efficiency windows and all of those things. And I can also talk with the RFP team and kind of come up with what those points would be, whether it would be 5 or 10 points like that, and kind of give a caveat of what that covers. And we can also add that to the RFP before we submit it out for proposals.
Thank you. I just think it's a great opportunity for us. It's already on our minds, and if we're not leading the way as on our city projects, I'm not sure how we can get the rest of the city to participate. So this just seemed like a good opportunity to do that. So thank
Certainly,
you.
and also complements our geothermal system that we've already installed. So we're already on our way with those things. So thank you for that suggestion, Anita.
Just one thing to sort of is a counterpoint to that. The more that we add in terms of requirements to this, there are going to be trade-offs. So the developer says, okay, I can add these criteria, but it may mean actually that there are fewer units. So I've been advocating, and I'm not going to go through the points, but I've been advocating strongly for increasing the number of units. And I worry that this trade-off is going to be at the cost of the very people that we're trying to help. So it may have all these wonderful climate amenities, but it's serving fewer people. And so I want to make sure that the people are the driver here. But I had one more question, Vanessa. If we add a requirement for Section 8 housing, and I'm interested in that philosophically, but if we think about the pool of potential developers, will there be some developers who say, we just don't have Section 8 housing is not in our wheelhouse. And so is it possible we may lose out on developers for whom Section 8 housing is not part of what they do? Or is it fair to assume that all of these people or all these different organizations will be able to work with Section 8 housing?
Well, that's a good question, Tim. And when I looked at some of the applications that was funded, like for last year when we didn't get funded, those applications funded, well, like for derecho, they were for even lower homeless housing that they got awarded for. And then also I know that developers are familiar with Section 8, and even though it's vouchers, it comes with funding with it. So it's not like they're subsidizing all of the rent or the costs for that unit, because the government will be paying the difference. So it's not like they're losing funding over it. And it's certainly not a large amount. I don't think that would be a problem. And then Prairie Fire was committed to doing that as well.
So, yeah, and so that's helpful. But regardless of whether it's 10% or 12%, there are compliance requirements with Section 8 housing. So you have to file paperwork with the government to show that your units are in compliance. So for many landlords, that's just not part of what they do. And so I'm just trying to understand. If it's your proposal that having the Section 8 housing won't be adverse to the number of potential RFP applicants, I'm all in. But if you had feedback saying there'll probably be some developers for whom that's going to be a non-negotiable, they're not going to submit a proposal if Section 8's a part. That's something that we would need to hear. And I have no idea.
Well, certainly if that comes up in our pre-proposal meeting as a concern, we certainly will just bring that information back to council before proceeding.
Great. I'd be supportive if that was a possibility for response. Thanks.
Other questions? Yes, I just have one question. That is on the, if someone wanted to go for the 9% light tech credits, would that be something that would be given consideration, or do they are we throwing that out and just saying, no, they won't be able to go for that?
Well,
I know there's one developer that has, specializes in 9% and believes they're very, very competitive in getting those. I was just curious if that was something that's been ruled out and you wanted to stay with the 4%.
Well, I don't know if you can kind of mix the two within this time frame of this RFP. If we find that, there's no interest in for 4%, then we certainly can go back and adjust this to include 9%. But the time frame of submitting that a 4% versus a 9%, it kind of, you'd have to double that time frame within this document because it was geared toward that monthly time frame turnaround period. Then to 9%, I believe that's always done in the spring when IFA takes those applications.
All right, I have 3 individuals that indicated interest in addressing council, and we thank you for your patience. And we'll, Mr. Bond, if you want to start us off tonight and introduce yourself and your address, and then you're free to offer your comments.
Hello. I'm Stephen Bond. I'm here for up until 5 o'clock last night. I had no idea I was even going to be here. Okay. Good Lord's got me here for one reason or another. And I just wanted to tell you, I want to lend my support for low-income housing. And I understood there was a hiccup concerning the project there at the old middle school grounds. And I'm sure you people will resolve that, whatever that is, and you'll get this thing going. I guess my only feeling is that the more people you can help, the better. So I would be inclined to a higher density type situation. But again, you folks will do the best. I'm sure you folks will do the best job you can. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tara Brown?
Tara Brown, 225 South Kellogg. Good evening, members of the council, mayor, and community members in attendance. My name is Tara Brown, and I currently serve as the Director of Shelter Services at the Bridge Home in Ames. For those who aren't familiar with the Bridge Home, we are an organization, a nonprofit, who has been serving the Ames area since 1985. Our organization aims to stop the cycle of homelessness that many in our community are struggling to get out of. However, this is not an easy task to take on when there is no affordable housing for our clients to utilize. I am here on the behalf of our entire organization and the clients that we serve to push for the creation of the Baker subdivision. More specifically, I am here to express our support for a more high-density, affordable housing development that includes units that could be used for supportive housing. We now have the chance to step back and reevaluate this project. I strongly recommend that council considers increasing the number of units that are available for the city to a minimum of 100 units. Last year, the Bridge Home had over 100 clients on our housing waiting list for supportive housing. Supportive housing is defined by HUD as permanent housing in which housing assistance and supportive services are provided to assist households with at least one member who is chronically homeless with a disability in according to achieve housing stability. Our organization has been successfully operating our supportive housing program for over a year, and the positive changes that I have seen in our participants are nothing short of incredible. I have seen a mother with several small children forced, with no other option, to return either to her abuser or the streets, given the opportunity to rent an affordable, low-cost housing option for her family. I have seen firsthand an addict decide for the first time in years to choose sobriety because they finally felt that their life was worth living. There is no doubt that affordable housing saves lives. The Bridge Home wants to partner with the Baker subdivision and work together to bring these life-changing services to our community. It should come as no surprise to most everyone here that our country is experiencing an epidemic and a shortage of affordable housing, and Ames is no exception. The creation of the Baker subdivision will allow the most disadvantaged members of our community the opportunity to obtain something that they never even thought was possible: a warm, safe place for them to lay their heads down at night. Housing is a basic human right. Along with food and water, Shelter is a necessity for humans to be able to live a life where they can fulfill their highest potential and become stable, contributing members of this society. Without the availability of affordable housing, we aren't even giving those folks a fighting chance. I stand before you today asking all of you to take a stand and declare enough is enough. We will no longer allow a single individual in Ames to go to sleep on the street tonight. We understand that things did not work out with the city's current agreement with Prairie Fire for the low-income rental housing at the Baker subdivision. I am here on behalf of our organization and our clients to advocate for option 4 to be pursued. We believe that pursuing the 4% credits rather than the 9% credits is the better option to assure that the units are developed faster because it is a non-competitive process. Therefore, we support the request for proposal to City Council for approval at today's meeting. We recommend that this plan be expedited as quickly as possible. The time to act is now. Thank you all for your consideration and have a great evening.
Thank you. Loris?
Good evening, Loris Olson, 1705 Buchanan Drive in Ames. And I'm here on behalf of Home Allies. I'm president of Home Allies, and it's important to come out and advocate for affordable housing when you're discussing affordable housing. I don't have a preference for the number of units as high as the Bridge Home. They know the demand. Okay, out there long term. My little 8 units, if we ever get them built, okay, will just be a little drop in the bucket. I've learned a couple things, so I've come with a couple of recommendations here for the RFP. I also believe the 4% is the way to go. Don't get back into the 9% there, okay? I think the staff is really qualified and has really examined this proposal well. I just have a couple of little recommendations for tweaks. For the pre-screening, could you look at expanding the group that will pre-screen to also include 1 or 2 committee members for diversity, for input from a different perspective? And as a former county supervisor, I know we had great staff at the county, and the city staff is excellent. The issue is about sometimes you get in one pathway, one concept or of what's the best way to go, and bringing in an outside voice or 2 from the very beginning can help with that screening process, so that there's more detail on there. Especially, I'm going to advocate again for, you do want experience. I want to make it clear in no way is Home Allies looking at trying to partner with anybody to participate in this, okay? I've got my hands full. So, but I do think that there needs to be a balance between that expertise and maybe a newer group coming that meets your qualifications for creativity, for looking at the problem from a different perspective. Also, I think that in screening for feasibility, deciding what exactly, there are different kinds of feasibility. Obviously, fiscal feasibility is important because that's where we fell apart this last time, right? They wanted to bring more partners in, more layers in, and so now it's a start over whether they bid or not. So, Tim, I want to thank you specifically for pointing out that while Anita's, Counselor Rollins, okay, be formal here, suggestion for some of the green climate, the sustainability factors. So I'd like you, thank you for pointing out everything comes at a cost. When I started talking about my project a year plus ago, okay, I was at $750,000 to $800,000, including the price of the lots. We were at $187 per square foot. I'm now up around $320. and it's scary. And you guys have faced sticker shock yourself. So please, in that flexibility with people screening for that, pay attention. And I think a good way to do that is, I don't know how the evaluation committees were made up previously, but once again, I would advocate that you have a developer or someone who's familiar with developing, and it wouldn't hurt to have someone who is an advocate or who works with low-income people. And the reason I'm really recommending that is I ran some crunch numbers. These are very just basic numbers, but you're talking about at your minimum of 30 units. If they go with the LIHTC requirement that they have to have 20% at 60 below, 40% at 60 below income. All right. Or you can go with 20% at lower, the incomes at 50% AMI or lower. You could be talking about as little as, or as much as $360,000 per unit subsidy. When you take your 1.8% and divide that by 6 units, okay, and this is how I'm doing it is, I understand that's not how you're going to look at this, but at $1.8 million, if they only develop 30 units and only 6 of them, 3 are, or 10%, which is 3, is going to be your Section 8. And another, let's say they go with another 3 units that meet at the 50% or below, which are where those 3 bonus points come from, that's 6 units. And if they get the whole $1.8 million, that's $360,000 per unit. So reminder to you guys, you gave us $25,000, and thank you very much for that. That worked out to $3,000 per each of the units. So I think that as you look at your final RFP, put some caps in there or requirements to go to, say, 40%, which LIHTC will take 40% of the 60% AMI or less. And that's at the 4%. Am I correct, Vanessa? That's what I got off
Could
of
you,
the internet.
Loris, please just address your comment.
All right. Well, I want to point out to you then, and then if you give the land away for free, those lots are worth about $90,000 a piece. If you took your 2.7 acres, basically divided them into quarter-acre lots. There's a lot of money here on the table. So please tie it to offering more affordable units of the entire complex. Thank you.
Anybody else want to address council? All right, we'll close public input. Any follow-up questions for Vanessa? I entertain a motion on one of the alternatives.
Do you want to entertain any discussion of?
Yeah.
I'm sort of intrigued. Vanessa, maybe could I have you respond to the Loris's point about the screening group? That's not something I remember that council has gone into before. We're sort of deferential to the staff process, and I don't remember ever going back and reconfiguring that. But do you think there would be some merit to bringing in some additional voices into the screening process of the proposals?
Well, one of the things that the staff is just the internal staff and making sure that all the things we have in the requirements is there. A lot of the decision making, we go back out to the neighborhood group. We show all the proposals to them. We do the plus minus thing. We invite the public along with that. And so all that input comes to you. So it doesn't go without input from the neighborhood and the community based on all the proposals that we've gotten, that we've done in the first time. It's just internal staff looking to make sure that the things that we put in the document and requesting to be submitted is done and accurate. And that's basically what the staff is about.
So that's helpful. So I could see if the screening committee was doing more policy-oriented things, and I think Loris makes some really interesting proposals, and I'm going to keep those in mind for the future. But if we're really just more reviewing the proposal itself on a technical perspective, then there will be opportunities for housing advocates and contractors to provide feedback at that time.
Oh, it certainly is a public document, and we welcome feedback on anyone's input on any of the proposals, especially we make sure that we meet with the neighborhood to make sure that they have their voices heard as well.
I appreciate the proposal. That was an interesting suggestion. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
So, Mayor, we actually don't have an alternative for, I know that
You have three alternatives.
Ms. Braun was suggesting alternative 4. I actually don't see an alternative 4.
I think that was referring to the older staff report this spring, where I think Vanessa's memo earlier on had referred to getting to tonight was alternative 4 in an
Yeah.
older staff report.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Not
All right.
actually in.
It's not actually in this document.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I would move alternative 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to just, for the audience, just what that is?
The council can approve proceeding with a request for proposals to solicit for a partner developer in connection with the development of 4% low-income housing tax credit units in the Baker subdivision, which includes a city incentive amount up to $1.8 million.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Any further motions?
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, Vanessa. All right, we're going to move item number 29 up in the agenda. So, which is a public hearing on proposed zoning text amendment to reduce medical parking rates for buildings less than 50,000 square feet and update medical office definitions.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just a kind of quick recap, the options there, the alternatives rather, in the text amendment for you are the, one being the option to lower the standard for buildings under 50,000 square feet in all areas of the city to 4 per thousand, except for the hospital medical and the downtown gateway commercial areas, which would have a 5 per thousand standard, or alternative 2, which is to reduce the standard to 4 per thousand for all buildings under 50,000 square feet in all zones across the city. So I can answer any questions if there's any that anyone has at this time.
Questions for staff? All right, I declare the public hearing on this item to be open, and I have a card from Linda Feldman. You're welcome to come to the podium and introduce yourself and share your thoughts.
Mayor, council members, Linda Feldman, 1111 Stafford Avenue. I wanted to get some clarification. I wasn't sure why we're reducing or parking for the main central area for HM.
So if you want to offer your comments and pose
Okay,
questions,
okay.
I'll write them down and I'll make sure the staff answers your
I'd
questions.
like to just give you a little bit of background here. In 2011, McFarland got a building. The council approved a building to be built on Carroll Avenue, which is in my neighborhood. And we lost homes, we lost to parking, etc. So what happened is it was pretty awful between the neighborhood and the hospital medical. And we agreed to have a roundtable discussion, and we worked on developing a committee of 5 neighborhoods that surround that area to meet on a regular basis to try to work out some vision that we both could get behind. And one of the things we have not met since March of 2020 because everything got derailed with the pandemic, and we figured that they were probably busy dealing with that. But one of the agreements that came out of that was that anything that would affect our neighborhoods again would trigger them calling a meeting together with these representatives that we had been working with for 8 years to build trust. Because we were trying to resolve these issues between them and the neighborhoods and not have council have to deal with so much of that stuff. So I guess I was a little surprised to see that there was a text zoning amendment change request. And I guess what I can say to you is that we have not discussed that with our hospital medical group. And I would be not in favor of lowering that in that district to any more than what it is currently. So it makes sense to me that for those locations that they expanded out to in the community, that was part of what we had agreed to, is that they would decentralize and try to get more community centers and offload some of the pressure on our neighborhoods. We support that, and I think it's great that they want to do something out on Dayton Avenue. That's pretty much what we have always wanted, but I cannot support any changes to the parking requirements in the hospital medical zone in the middle, in the central area. We are already have had to deal with pretty much our streets all around there are pretty parked up most of the time. And so there are a lot of residents that unless they have an 8 to 5 job, they are impacted by that parking. So I just would like you to keep that in consideration. And if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them.
Just a point of clarification, you're primarily talking about objecting to reducing the parking requirement just in and around the hospital area and the McFarland Clinic up here on 13th Street, but not objecting to it in other parts of the community. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have figured out that they have enough parking for those locations that are more in the commercial zones, I forget what you guys call those areas now, but I think, that would be good enough for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing. Kelly and Justin, you want to respond to our question why the parking is getting reduced?
Sorry. So the impetus for this was the surgery center on the edge of the city.
Yeah, make sure you can. She's having a hard time hearing.
Yep. So the impetus was the letter requesting council consider a change for the surgery center on the edge of the city. Council's motion at the time to initiate the change was universally lower to 4 per thousand across the city. When planning staff was reviewing it with the commission, we noted that the hospital medical district could be considered differently than anywhere else in the city. So we recommended holding it at 5, not dropping it all the way to 4. And that's how you ended up with 2 options tonight. But the original motion was just universally across the city at 4 per thousand.
Just to clarify, you just said holding at 5. It's really a decrease from 7 in some cases.
In some cases, it could be.
You should explain it. It's a little confusing.
Yep. So we have our base parking requirement has 3 components. One, are you more or less than 50,000 square feet? So if you're more than 50,000 square feet, which would be the McFarland main clinic building, your standard is 5 per thousand. If you're under 50,000 square feet, your standard is 7 per thousand unless you're part of a shared parking arrangement. So many of the facilities in hospital medical, not all, many of them have some shared parking, especially the McFarland controlled properties. So they would also benefit from the 5 per thousand rate if they were under 50,000 square feet. It's only those standalone buildings that are less than 50,000 square feet and have no shared parking would the 7 per thousand rate apply to them.
And there is no change that relates to the hospital.
Hospital is not affected by this. It's a different parking rate.
So I think that just to address our question, and I think this was not a hospital initiated request. It was something that council was trying to reduce some of the dependency on vehicles and not have as much paving. So I just think to address your question, Linda, I don't think the hospital nor McFarland broke faith with your group. It was really initiated by council and probably maybe didn't know some of the backstory. So I would hope that you would not lose trust in the fact that what they have worked so hard to accomplish. But the point is that, so can you just clarify, and I'm actually confused. Right now it's 7 spaces per 1,000 for McFarland and the hospital. Is that correct?
Nope, just leave the hospital out of it. The hospital has its own parking standard,
Okay.
own expectations. So think only medical clinics, not hospitals. So
So if the standard gets reduced from 7 to 5 for McFarland, for the clinic at the current site, could they build more building without increasing parking?
the current site is 5 per 1,000 because the main clinic is already over 50,000 square feet.
So, all right, so let's make sure we're clear on that. The point is that they can't build any more space at their current campus because they're already at 5 spaces per.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the parking rate that applies to the property is 5 spaces per 1,000. So there's no change from the recommendation, from staff's recommendation. If council went with the 4 per 1,000, then yes, main clinic would benefit by a 25% reduction. But I don't know their ratio of existing spaces to building square footage, so I can't answer that question.
So the point is there is no change. So her concerns in that particular area
for that one building.
They could have smaller clinics though that would.
So, but he said the
from
main
7 to 5
for the
not the main building, which is
the current.
Well, for the neighbors though, there could be another clinic. There could be another clinic building purchased. Let's say on McFarland, a building used, a separate clinic building, and then it has dropped from 7 to 5. But historically, Kelly will tell you, they've taken advantage of the shared parking. So they've really, which was allowed in the current code. So the way it's been built mostly is with 5, right? With the smaller.
I think from our assessment of existing conditions, it's pretty
So
much
does it?
5.
Sorry, I'm just. It's almost getting late. Anyway,
Okay, it's complex, but I want to make sure you understand.
well, I'm just trying to make sure that there's clarity for the 5 neighborhoods, and also the fact that this came on them by surprise, and make sure that there's a comfort level, because I think the council wants to take consideration of the decision. If council understands, I think I'm comfortable moving on.
I guess I was under the impression that we were actually consulting the Ring of Neighborhoods instead of just sending them an email. Because obviously that trust building process has been going on for a long time. So our options tonight on this action form, option 2 is what council discussed previously, and option 1 is the reduced coverage of the ordinance. Right? I mean, I'm not describing that well.
Yes.
Option 2 applies to all of the hospital medical
Correct.
zone.
So is alternative 1 most consistent with other types of parking in similar zones, keeping it at the 5 instead of reducing to 4?
I think based on our assessment, we believe that alternative 1 best fit both current conditions on already built sites in most all zones across the city from what we've looked at.
And the ordinance that is included in the council action form reflects alternative 1A and B. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Yep.
Is this time sensitive in some way?
It's not, I'd say I would answer this is not time sensitive tonight, but it's time sensitive in, let's say, the next 6 weeks. In the sense that there's some other things coming together, all trying to get here at the end of August, maybe at the beginning of September, to kind of coordinate how, again, nothing in the hospital medical area. It's about the Dayton site specifically, that they're looking for confirmation that this works so they can move ahead with site planning efforts. The preliminary plat for that area has been submitted, may get to council at the end of August. That's when everybody's trying to look to see that we all have confirmation on how to proceed with development out there.
So this was published, right?
Yep. So this is the first
question
public.
remark would be, can the council amend this ordinance by allowing the change that's really requested by the hospital in McFarland that's outside of the area to go ahead and keep, and then strike the rest of it. So at least right now, internally, right? Internal will stay status quo. You make that decision some other time, I guess, right? Can you split that out? You're not adding anything, you're taking something away. That's, I guess that's a Mark question. Or do you have to start with that kind of change? Do we have to start the whole hearing process again?
Steve, are you basically saying strike 1B?
I don't have it in front of you. I'm saying you only allow the change in the areas outside of the HM zone, which I think Linda's saying is okay, and that's going to help facilitate the new process. And then you just maintain the status quo for the parking requirements for the for hospital medical. And you can either leave it at that or come back at another time if you want to make a change, right? That would satisfy, I think, McFarland the hospital. I think maybe the neighbors would feel more comfortable. It doesn't deal with what I thought you were trying to do. We're going to have this clash of values. You're going to see this a lot. Remember, you wanted to reduce impervious areas. So that's why you don't want people to overbuild the parking. But now you have a situation where the neighbors, disagree with that. They would like to require that off-street parking. And you'll see that a lot. So you're going to have that, maybe you're not prepared to make that, resolve that conflict now. So another way to expedite it, if Mark will let us, is to split that off, is to eliminate that issue right now. Maintain the status quo for the hospital medical.
So, yes, Steve. So all it would take, you have an ordinance, the council has an ordinance in front of you. And so it would just take a motion to do what you just talked about. And then you go ahead and vote on the ordinance. We would bring back an amended version of the ordinance at the next meeting that would reflect the motion that was adopted.
The reduced one, the reduced ordinance, right?
So based on the proposed ordinance change in the packet, if council were to move to strike the changes to section 29.1004, there's two tables in there. That's DGC, Downtown Gateway Commercial. That would still allow the other two, which is basically a definition classification use, and then also the 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet for special hospital medical. Is that would allow that would address the new project which is being considered. Is that correct?
Which section number did you reference?
On page 2 of the ordinance, striking section 29.1004, there's 2 tables that follow that, which is going to down to the 5 spaces per 1,000.
So those 2 tables don't address hospital medical. They're downtown gateway only.
Right. So I'm just saying that, but I'm just trying to expedite the process and get to the point that we're trying to help them.
So I think, if I'm understanding, there could, without worrying about which tables we delete, the motion could be to allow for 4 per 1,000 for medical service uses that are not within the hospital medical area and downtown gateway. That would be consistent with 1A, the first part, and we can move forward with adjusting the ordinance to match that.
So the point is, we would not have the first hearing on the ordinance. We'd start all over again on that one. I was just trying to use what's actually in place.
I'm trying to do that because we're doing what you're saying. There's certain sections that are not being edited. If that was the motion.
All right. What's your
recommendation? They would stay. You can't see it on the draft ordinance, but they would have to come back into existence.
So if we just move 1A and C, doesn't that get us where we want to go?
I would think so.
Okay.
And I was primarily interested in making sure that there's time for the conversation to happen. I'm not even saying that council may not still want to move to that, but
Right.
I'm not anxious to do it without neighborhoods having a chance to hear the same things that we have heard.
But if we keep the downtown status quo, we sort of eliminate that issue.
Yeah.
So am I reading this correctly if I move 1A
Go ahead.
and C?
Is that right?
That'd be fine.
So Mayor, I'll move approval of alternatives 1A and C.
Second.
So is this going to be a roll call vote or is this going to be a motion?
To amend.
So you can consider that a motion to amend the ordinance,
Okay.
before you vote on it. So so it'd just be a motion,
Okay.
not a roll call.
Everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. So now we can go ahead and have the first reading
And-
on the
Right.
amended.
Right. The ordinance is amended.
Move that we accept the motion or the ordinance as amended.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Aye.
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 All right.
And do we
So-
need a motion to have that?
Well,
meeting?
either
Do we need a
you're going to have to decide, or is that issue dead now, or do you still want to consider it and discussed by the,
I'd like to bring it back.
Yeah.
and do you want me to talk to, I have an informal group that Linda's involved with. I can't tell you it's not all the property owners, they represent the group. Is that the proper group to
The Ring of
communicate?
Neighborhoods group.
The one that we have met periodically, that's the correct one, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Not everybody attends that, you understand. It's representatives. So we're not trying to publicize it to every resident. We can meet with that group is what you're saying.
I think so. I mean, that's the group that's been meeting at least up until 2020.
Okay. Let's go. I just want to make clear.
Yeah.
Because you get a call from someone that they weren't invited to the meeting or something.
Does that require Anita to make a motion?
Yeah, I think that's what you want us to do. And then, but you do want us to come back with that amendment after you get the input.
Yeah.
So it's not dead necessarily. Yeah, I think that'd be a good motion for the
So
record.
but you go backwards there. So after the meeting, what's happening? We're going to publish a new public hearing.
No.
No.
No, I think first we got to bring back the feedback.
Okay.
I can report back the feedback from the neighborhoods on this issue, and then the council will have to decide whether they want to start a hearing to change it.
So we might change it again.
Add-
We're saying
add that-
amend it.
Yeah, I guess.
Don't you want the
that's
input
not what I
first?
thought we were doing.
You want to automatically bring it back now,
Yeah.
assuming the feedback's going to be there?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's get one.
You want to start it
You'll
over?
make a
It's
motion.
different.
I don't know what I'm moving. I just want to do.
So
that.
are we
Yeah,
trying to,
let's do it.
continue the public hearing in relation to the
No.
hospital medical area for parking amendments? So we're
Basically.
not starting over with the planning and zoning commission?
Correct.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's better if you could do it.
Okay, so we've resolved 1A and C, which will be parking for citywide.
Right.
And now we're looking for a motion to continue the public hearing for
For one-
consideration of a parking amendment for medical services to hospital, medical, and downtown.
Already
Gateway.
closed it.
Well, it's already enclosed, but we're not ending that item, right? You're
Correct.
ta- You're continuing consideration of that
Yes.
item to a future date. Okay, but it has,
Help me with this one.
I'm sorry?
Help.
Yeah.
So you can continue the public hearing, but the public hearing's been closed already.
Well, but you're still talking about this item. So yeah, I think you can
Can we move to?
You can
reopen?
table this and continue it to the next meeting,
All right,
the
so
public hearing to the next.
we need your help to craft what kind of motion we need so we can continue this and not have us get sidelined.
Okay.
That's why I heard council is interested in doing.
Okay.
Mark, before you do it, just to clarify, it's getting late. I don't want to miss this.
No good decision.
Even though you're going to bring it back, you're going to continue the hearing, would allow us to proceed with a second or third reading on the ordinance that's been amended? Or do we have to bring it all back together? Because I don't know when we'll get our group together, you know what I mean?
Right.
And there's time is of the essence, perhaps, of the project. So does
Well-
it have to all come back together?
The council hasn't voted on the ordinance yet.
We just moved on first.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
first.
Did you vote on it? Did you do a roll call? So,
Mhm.
okay, sorry, I'm tired. Okay. So that's the part I was missing. Sorry, I missed that. Okay, well,
then we can't just continue the public hearing. It goes to second reading next time. So
We have to start all over if we're going to amend it, right?
So we would draft an ordinance on alternative 1B with input from the community.
I guess we have to
Or
start over, right?
Can I
For that
move to
portion.
withdraw the motion since I made the movement?
I'm sorry,
Just
but
get really mixed up.
Then let's
It's
not do it.
not.
No one's asking for that right now in that area. So to go through that effort for something no one's asking for right now, I would say would not be a high priority on the work plan.
Leave the status quo.
So just leave that alone and just go with 1A and C right now.
Well, 1A and C has already been
already
voted,
done.
right?
Right.
So that's
Right.
going
Right.
forward no matter what. I guess it's whether you want to carve out another activity to have the city manager visit with that group and then potentially start over on a text amendment for the hospital medical area, which to my knowledge, no one is asking for that to be done right now. It was just wrapped up in a citywide action before.
From my perspective, I think reestablishing contact with that group is important. And so I would still be in favor of having that meeting.
Yeah, you could direct us to that. It's not a problem.
But I guess the salient question is, what do you want them to talk about? I mean, we're not moving forward with 1B, so nothing's going to change. Everything's status quo downtown. So, I mean, they can visit. I agree with you. It's good to talk, but I don't know that we're not proposing anything that's going to change the score.
I think Steve could determine what the content of the meeting is. And if this is,
Yeah, we haven't met in years, so it's good just to get together and
Mhm.
talk. So even if we don't have a change, we could certainly do that, right? But that's different. I'm assuming the status quo stays in place unless there's a direction to bring it back.
I have no interest in B. I think we heard tonight that the status quo is okay.
The reason the reason why this was all incorporated is because we were talking about ways to reduce cement. That's the entire point of why this ordinance was crafted in the first place. So that's fine if that's what everybody wants to do. I just think it's fine.
seems like we've had two other discussions tonight where people didn't really care about increasing the amount of cement. So I guess that was maybe not high on my list of reasons for this. So Anita, you made a motion.
I did, and yeah,
Was there a second to the motion?
I think I seconded it.
All right, so what was the motion? It's all been.
I
Yeah, I'm
made
sorry.
motion
I think we're all
for
getting tired, and I want to try and draw this to a close on this one. Let's get this thing wrapped up. We got a lot of things on the agenda yet to do tonight. So,
Mayor, the other possibility is that you could do a motion to reconsider, which would undo the vote that was done on the first reading, and then continue it to the next meeting, the first reading to the next meeting.
Is there enough time?
Just another option.
Huh?
It's whether you have time. I won't be here the next 2 weeks.
When?
There's
a
enough
meeting with the
time to
neighborhood.
get it all adopted.
Oh, by 9th?
I think
Is
the
that-
question is whether you can really meet with the hospital medical group in the next
I
2
haven't
weeks.
asked when
Probably
they're
not.
available yet. I will send a letter out tomorrow.
I think it makes sense to just leave things as they are and have the city manager meet with the ring of neighborhoods to address any of their concerns, which may have arisen because they got an email about this, or any other concerns simply because there hasn't been a meeting in a long time.
all right. So there's a motion on the floor. There's been a second. Does everyone understand what the motion is?
No.
No.
I wasn't.
Oh,
We didn't get that far because we were.
There's no motion on the floor. All right.
Moving on.
All right.
So
Is there any motion? Otherwise, we're gonna move on.
I would move that the city manager meet with the ring of neighborhoods in the hospital medical zone to reestablish contact and address neighborhood concerns.
Got it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there any interest in moving to reconsider as Mark suggested?
I'd say Mark offered as a possibility. I didn't suggest
As
it.
Mark offered as a suggestion, please correct the,
Does that allow for this meeting to happen and the possibility of having the full amendment come back again?
I think that's unknown because of the fact of the scheduling and trying to get that figured out. So
Because my only interest was making sure that as much as possible that we bring everybody along. I want to reduce the footprint as well, but yeah,
All right. Hearing no motion, we're going to move on.
okay.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move back up to item number 26. Morning.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of time to think. So on July 12th, the council approved an ordinance to allow for the immediate towing of illegally parked vehicles in an area authorized by city council resolution, time, all of those. So we're back tonight to request to approve a resolution authorizing the use of the immediate towing ordinance for Saturday, August 20th, 2022. And we're looking at midnight on that Saturday till 11:59 p.m. And this is the Cyclone Welcome Weekend. And we've had a lot of discussion about that, the issues with illegal parking. It's definitely a public safety concern with vehicles parked on both sides of some of those streets that are pretty narrow residential streets. And so the area that we're looking at, it's described a couple of different ways. There is also a map in the packet, but it's essentially Lincoln Way, south to Mortensen Beach, west to State Street. So that large kind of impacted area. And we're not looking at all parking violations. The ones that we're interested in are alternate side parking violations. So where you can park on one side, you have to move every other day. Any streets that there's parking on only one side, so those illegally parked vehicles, yellow line violations, and any fire hydrant violations. We don't intend to tow for overtime parking, absent some other safety risk. The other thing that we'll do to publicize this is we will do our normal campaign where we go door to door, the Good Neighbor program. So we'll let everybody know that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to send some emails out to property managers and owners to make sure that they make their tenants aware of this. Both the university and the city will publicize in press releases and social media campaign, which there'll be a lot of. We will be placing signs in the affected areas, actually on the existing signs, so that we can ensure that there's a towing warning on each one of those signs where it's illegal to park. And those have been ordered. And additionally, the university has also agreed to send out information to their staff and students, which will be very helpful. That we want to make sure that we're reaching people. And so you have the alternatives in front of you.
Questions?
I have one question, which I asked Chief Higgins too. I noticed on the list of violations that we don't have anything about blocking sidewalks with vehicles. And I'm wondering if that is at all a safety concern. He indicated that from the emergency responder position, it probably isn't, but I'm going to ask you that same question.
Probably not as well. It's more of an inconvenience for people that are maybe mobility impaired and can't get around the vehicle very easily, but has not historically been an issue for us for this event. So you could certainly add that.
It's not my primary concern for this day, for use of staff time.
Yeah, and I think the list of violations we're looking at right now, I look at it, and when I talk to the tow company to kind of tell them what their responsibilities would be, we looked at this in terms of what a snow route looks like. And so we expect that there'll be quite a few. We're hoping not, but we'll see.
Can I move? I'll move alternative one.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, item 27, hearing a major site development plan for 1699 Apple Place. Kelly?
He's good.
Any questions for staff? All right, declare public hearing on major site development plan for 1699 Apple Place to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this item? Hearing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion and resolution approving major site development plan for 1699 Apple Place in the Old Orchard Mobile Home Park.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Need a motion to continue the hearing on rezoning with master plan for 798 500th Street from A to FSRL.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor say motion. A motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, item 30, hearing on water treatment plant 5-year well rehabilitation contract. Any questions for staff? Declare public hearing on this item to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this item? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications awarding the contract to the Northway Corporation of Marion, Iowa in the amount of $141,625.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 All right. Item 31. Any questions for staff on the Story County Edge of Field project? Declare the public hearing on a Story County Edge of Field project to be open. Anyone want to address council on this topic? Seeing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Hands On Excavating LLC of Radcliffe, Iowa, in the amount of $240,389.42.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Item 32, boiler tube spray coating and related services for power plant. Mr. Com, do you have anything you want to mention to council? All right. Any questions for Mr. Com?
Thanks for staying late.
Declare a public hearing on the boiler tube spray coating and related services for the power plant hearing to be open. Anyone want to address council on this topic? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Integrated Global Services, Inc. of Richmond, Virginia, in an amount not to exceed $435,000.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 And item 33, any questions from Mr. Com on the boiler maintenance service contract for the power plant? Declare a public hearing on this item to be open. Anyone want to address council on this topic? Hearing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to TEI Construction Services of Duncan, South Carolina, in an amount not to exceed $325,000.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, moving on to item 34, ordinances. Entertain a motion on second passage on proposed amendment to city's planning, project review, and notification process and approval process related to Chapter 20 and 29 of the Ames Municipal Code.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And item 35, entertain a motion on second passage of ordinance increasing fines for nuisance parties on certain occasions.
Do you want to explain why it's second passage?
Pardon me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah,
That's
so
why I'm
Mark,
here.
you want to
Yes,
clarify what
You've all received a memo from me on this, but just for the public who may have remembered that this was passed on all three readings at the last council meeting. Just pretty much right after the council meeting, I started thinking again about did we really have enough votes to suspend the rules and do all 3 readings? And it turns out we did not. It takes 5 votes to do that. We only had 4. So essentially, the second and third votes that were taken last time are just ineffective, null and void, which means that we did have first passage at the last meeting. So it's back now for second passage and maybe third passage. We'll see. But
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. I was going to write that down. I forgot to do that. So, okay. All right. Entertain motion on second passage of ordinance increasing fines for nuisance parties on certain occasions.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules and entertain third and adoption of the ordinance tonight?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
All right. Moving on, disposition of communications to council. There are 6 items versus a memo from.
Mayor, do we need to move on third?
Yeah.
We don't have the vote.
There was not enough votes.
Oh, we had to have.
We have to have
I'd
5.
have 5
5.
votes.
That's right. Bad counting.
You were going to let us get away with that one.
There we go. We won't do that twice.
Number 1 is just an information report. Police chief wants to keep up to date on our implementation of the recommendations under our policing report. So that's what that is. See what we've accomplished, what's yet to be accomplished. So no actions required.
Okay.
Second one, I believe, if you want to, well, you tell me what you want to do with that. There's a request that we use our community solar farm as a pollinator habitat.
Is there an interest in moving that forward? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and move on to item 3. Okay, item 3.
I move that we put this on an agenda.
I wouldn't do that. I would first, if you want to take it, refer it to electric to come up with a memo first.
Okay.
See if it's even possible. Pardon me?
Oh, Tracy, hello. Come on down.
That's convenient.
So they've already been, we've been working with electric and the plan was to already plant pollinators there. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you need to necessarily make a
So
referral to
do we
staff.
just need a response to the writer and just say we're already doing it?
Yeah, I could work with Don and one of us can contact them.
Okay.
Do you need a motion?
It takes a while to get natives established, so they had a mix that they were working on, so I can.
Go ahead,
Make sure to
Tim.
follow it up.
Make a motion and ask staff respond to.
We ask staff to respond to the letter, tell them what we're doing.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
That was very
Thanks.
convenient.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Tracy. Anything else you want to help us with?
What?
Anything else you can help us with?
Hold on, number 4.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Item 3 is email from Sue Ravenscroft, concerns regarding a proposed alternate locations for indoor aquatic center.
I think that was part of your discussion
Yeah.
today.
Yep.
This is just input for you.
Yep. All right.
No action.
Item 4, email from Lorna Carroll, Ames resident, regarding lights out at Ames. Did you want to say something?
Yes, so we've achieved 3 years of bird-friendly community certification. So we have a committee that works on that in Ames, and what Lorna brought up was one of the action items that we're already working towards. So you could refer it to staff, but we are already working on it.
Move that we ask staff to respond and tell them what we're already doing.
Second.
Thank you. Roll. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for staying.
All right. Item 5, memo from Kelly regarding waiver of platting authority on urban fringe.
Any recommendations, Steve, on this one?
It's complicated. We've given you options and or a preferred alternative, but I don't want to discuss it. You're going to have to put it on the agenda or not.
I would move we put it on the agenda for discussion.
Second.
Okay, those in favor of the
Right,
motion-
Kelly? I mean, we can't discuss it.
No, yeah. That's what option 1 would be. Yeah. Or 2. All
Put it
right.
on future agenda.
Yep. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Next is process for an estimated cost for name Ames Municipal Airport.
I would move we put this item on a future agenda for discussion.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. Oh. Council comments. Start with Gloria tonight.
I just want to thank you for supporting that motion to place the renaming of the airport on a future agenda so that we can test our new naming process and see what the community would like to do with that project. And that's all I've got because it's late.
Thank you. Tim?
So I wanted to welcome Teresa Albertson from the Des Moines Register. I will tell you, this is the shortest meeting we have had in a long time, so I hope you're ready for these short meetings, but thank you for your coverage. You can tell from tonight, we really value community input, and the Tribune's coverage is super important for us, so thank you for what you're going to be doing for us. That's all.
Nita?
Nothing. Thank you.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Council, I will be calling a special meeting to take action on the third reading on this ordinance. Its time is of the essence. So anticipate that either Amy, Renee, or Diane, I'm sorry, will be contacting you, pulling you to get it. It'll be a telephonic meeting, but this is a very important issue because we got to get information out to landlords and we got information out to Iowa State. So
Can I mention something too? We may need a special meeting because I'm working with the community regional planning class on following up on your goal of public engagement. We have a new proposal. We had to work through the university financing group how to do this. So they may not want to wait till August 9th because they have a lot of preliminary work to do before students arrive. So it may be that same day. If I don't get it from the university, I may ask for a 5-minute meeting too to approve the agreement with that issue. I might need 2 is all I'm saying.
all right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
All right.
Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.